need more than a moment. Give me a moment to get my equipment going. But you see what the live stream is going to be titled. And wow, I don't even know what to say, but for those who bought into the notion that if you vote for Trump, you're going to get tired of winning, I'm just going to briefly say congratulations because that does seem to be what is happening. But I want to give me a moment to get my equipment going so we can get all the live streams up. We should be going in a couple minutes here, so bear with me. I got several topics that I want to run by you folks, but as always, we can't do it unless the equipment is up and running. So I don't know what the hell I'm looking at here. Okay, fair enough. All right, let me get my shit going here. All right, we got. Like I said, I'm kind of starting to wonder, and I'm gonna run it by you folks once the live stream starts. Has Trump destroyed the Democratic Party? I'm hearing this from some of everybody, so I want to hear from you folks. Let me see here, Democrats. So we'll get this going momentarily here. I always have to tell YouTube, no, this is not for kids because, we get into it. But I'm asking that question. Do you think Trump has perhaps destroyed the Democratic Party? Is this the end of them foreseeable future? Like I said, at the folks who bought into the notion that if you vote for Trump, you're tired of winning, I'm just going to simply say congratulations. That does seem to be what's going on right now, but we'll talk about it in the live once I get everything here up and running. I got the advanced settings going. Okay, so let me make sure this one is going right. All right, let's see what's going on here. We should be up momentarily if YouTube wants to act right. Damn, I hate when my arm is starting to come off here. All right. That may not last the whole show the way that's set up. Damn. Give me a moment. It didn't last. Shit. All right. There we go. All right. Okay. When you're dealing with multiple cameras, sometimes the equipment, some cameras don't stay up, or some of the tripods. I was dealing with a tripod that fell down there for a minute. Okay, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We're going to be talking about just the sheer amount of news that continues to reign in under Trump. All seemingly beneficial to Trump. Not a lot of bad news has come in for President Trump, or when it does come in, it comes across as if it's irrelevant. The guy has literally the armor of Teflon Don. I don't think that's up for debate at this point. The guy does seem to be untouchable. So I got a host of topics I do want to run by you folks. Real quick in the comments, somebody says, what are your thoughts on Trump releasing a crypto coin? I think it goes against the notion that he does not need money. I don't think he does need money. Let me make it clear. I don't believe that Trump needs money. He's almost 80 years old and he's worth at least $1 billion. So it ain't like he needs money. But I think it goes against the notion that he doesn't want money. This is what folks are suggesting, that because Elon Musk and Trump are ultra wealthy, you can trust them because they don't need money. They can't be bought. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, both of those folks are showing clear signs that they want to make more money despite their worth. Both of them are involved in a host of business deals and have continued engaging in new business deals the whole time. Elon Musk just tried to purchase OpenAI for over $90 billion this weekend. Does that sound like somebody who's not trying to make more money? So, and of course, Trump has merchandising everywhere. So I don't buy into the notion that they got a ton of money, can't be bought out because they don't need any more money. They both are actively trying to make more money. Anyway, here are the actual topics we're going to talk about today. First of all, I'm hearing folks suggest that this is going to be the best 100 days best opening ever for a president. Now, we're seeing Trump on TV every day. There's no denying that. He's on TV every day. And by the way, I'm going to give him credit for that. For you folks who say I never give Trump credit for shit, I'm going to give him credit for the sheer amount of stamina that the man has. I mean, he's on TV 10 times as much as Biden. 10 times as much, maybe even more. I would say he's on TV probably at least 5 times as much as Obama was. So I'm going to give him credit for the stamina he has. Now, I want to give him credit for transparency as well, because he is talking to the folks, but the jury's still out on that, because a lot of things he says is often proven not to be true. So I don't want to give you credit. I don't want to give someone credit for being transparent if what they're saying is not always accurate. But I do give him credit for talking to the people and having a ridiculous amount of stamina. Yesterday, he was at NASCAR or whatever the hell it is, Daytona 500, whatever that is. He was there yesterday. Now, I'm going to push back slightly. You got Elon Musk talking about how much waste they're after and they're cutting government waste. And you got Trump using Air Force One to do laps around the racetrack. That is extra fuel. I know I'm being petty. I'm not going to deny I'm being petty. I'm nitpicking. But how much does it cost to fly that 747 when you don't need to be flying it? How much does that cost? I don't know how much that PR, publicity stunt, whatever you want to call it. I mean, look, it looked cool as hell to see the commander-in-chief flying over the crowd. They made Air Force One nod, or, it tipped a wing tip to the crowd. Cool shit. I'm not going to deny that. It looks cool as hell. But it does cost money to do that. So if we're here talking about we're cutting government waste, but we're okay with a publicity stunt, then are we really trying to cut waste? Now, in the grand scheme of things, what he did with Air Force One does not cost that much money. But in terms of the average human being, the extra money he spent flying to Daytona and back is probably well over a year's pay for the average American, easily. To take the Secret Service, bring them to a racetrack and put the beast on the track, and the amount of involved, easily that's a year's salary. Does it matter? Are we really truly going to trim the fat? Does getting rid of waste make a difference? Or is it okay in some cases? So we'll certainly talk about that. But in addition to that, other topics we have is, I want to ask, because folks are saying that Trump has permanently destroyed the Democrat Party. I certainly want to hear your opinion on that. Do you think the Democrats can bounce back as long as Trump is on the scene? Yours truly, I got to say it'll be a hellified challenge, but I want to hear from you folks. But in regards to Trump's first 100 days, people are saying this is the best 100 days we've ever seen out of a president, because he has been transparent. Folks like the executive orders he's throwing out. They like what Elon Musk is doing about cutting waste and things like that. I got a different point of view from that, and I'm going to run that by you folks as we start taking callers. But do you believe you've seen the best first, what has it been, 30 days or 20-some days? Whatever the hell it's been. Does this appear to be the best opening for a president in your lifetime? We'll talk. Also, in addition, we got a few topics here today. We're trying to negotiate the ending of the Ukraine-Russian war. Here's the problem. Trump is negotiating with Vladimir Putin, and the Ukraine is not involved in the negotiations. In addition to having a negotiation in that war with only Putin at the table and Zelensky in the Ukraine is nowhere in sight, Trump is also suggesting they start repaying us for our assistance to them now. He wants half of their rare earth minerals. So we're going to negotiate the end of that war, but we're only going to do it with his adversary, and we're going to charge the Ukrainians for the help we've given them. I want to ask the obvious question. Does it look like we may be negotiating the end of that war without really considering the best interest of the Ukraine? They're not even involved in the negotiation process. I mean, is it possible that the U.S. and Russia, a la Israel and America, with Gaza, we're planning on chopping up Gaza. Is it possible America and Russia is talking about, to some degree, chopping up the Ukraine? These behind the scenes deals. Because we're making the same negotiations to end the Palestine-Israeli war, where we're working with Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, and we're not working with the Palestinians at all. We're just telling them this is what shall be done, and you have to adhere to it. It sounds like we're kind of doing that now with the Ukraine. So I want to hear your opinions on that. Last but not least, this one is conspiratorial. I don't know where it'll go because I don't know where it's coming from. But I do want to at least have a conversation about this. Simple question. Why the hell are so many aircraft crashing? What the heck? Flying is one of the safest things you can do. Losing your life in a plane crash, apparently you have less of an odd of losing your life in a plane crash than being struck by lightning. Not in this time, you don't. Not right now, you don't seem to be. That don't seem to be the case right now. So what the hell's going on? Why are there so many planes suddenly crashing? I mean, just today, another small Delta charter aircraft flipped over on the runway. Why is that happening? So why is this industry that was known to be super incredibly safe suddenly seeming to be fairly dangerous? You feel confident going on a flight right now? Would you have any concerns? We'll talk about all of that. As always, the program is indeed the way it always has been. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You know, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. Everybody gets to speak. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section up to and including the host. That's how free speech works here. So we don't have anybody here trying to dictate how you should speak or what party you should favor. We don't even deal it with a moderator. We don't even do this with a moderator. So this is a totally uncensored program. Few trigger words here and there that the app may not like, but we'll make it work. We've always done that. We keep it civilized. We don't talk down to guests, and it's all about free speech. So looking in the comment section right off the bat, Trump's a bad luck schlep. I don't think he's bad luck right now. Didi, did I bring you up?
Yeah.
Oh,
we talked a long time ago.
I must have hit.
Why is it on?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
I must have hit the invite, but we can certainly chew the rag. So what do you think? Has Trump destroyed the Democratic Party?
How would he destroy the Democratic Party?
In other words,
have you been seeing what's been happening?
Yeah, the Democrats have been losing.
Planes falling out of the sky.
Yeah.
We got all of our allies. It's like we screwed.
I'm hearing from Trump that America is more respected now. What say you?
That's why NATO is gaming up to fight the USA.
Wait. Nikiva Scott, thank you for the heart there. Thank you, appreciate that. I haven't heard that NATO is gaming to fight America. Where are you hearing that at?
Oh, it's pretty much. It's because of his what is it called?
That ain't true. NATO is not gaming to fight America.
True,
no, that's not true.
You smarter than me, man.
Yeah, that's not true.
I'll give it to you. You smarter than me.
Yeah, if I heard that NATO was ganging up to fight America, that would be all over the program. Yeah, that's not remotely true.
Denmark, what's the other one? Panama, all our enemies, all our friends are our enemies now.
Well, give me an example of who used to be our friend that is now our enemy. I don't know if that's correct.
Who used to be our friend who is now our enemy?
That's what you just said.
I do. I am a United States Marine Corps. I'm 59 years old.
Okay.
I actually was in this fight for freedom. Who do we basically, they was like, we want to give Russia all what they want. Can you explain that?
But wait a minute. You said our friends are now our enemies. Give me a friend.
Yes, Canada.
You think the Canadians are our enemy now? You think the Canadians are? You think the Canadians are our enemies now?
Please explain that to me.
Huh?
Please explain that to me.
Explain to you how Canada is our enemy?
Yeah.
I don't believe that's Canada. Wait, look. Canada has reserves. Canada likely does not like the actions of President Trump, but I don't believe they're at the point where they view the United States as an enemy. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay, Mexico.
I don't think.
Why is they putting these tariffs on there? Please explain that.
Yeah. Well, we charge less.
Dude, you're smarter than me. I can give you that. You are actually smarter than me.
I know. No one's smarter than anybody else here. But I'll tell you this. We charge less for goods coming into this country from Mexico than they charge when we send goods there. Trump sees that as unfair.
So that's okay.
Right. So that's why he's charging more in tariffs. He wants it to be fair.
Okay, so do you know what tariffs mean?
That's a tax on goods.
A tax on who paid for it?
The argument is,
I'm asking you a question. Who pays for it?
The argument is the consumer.
The country.
Oh no, wait on. You're asking me a question and you're not even giving me a moment to answer it.
I got you, my brother.
How did you get me? You never even allowed me to respond. You're answering your own question.
I got you.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
Okay.
It's a tax on the tax.
The argument is the consumer ultimately pays the tariff.
And how is that good for America?
Trump is suggesting it'll only be a short-term pain, and things will balance out, and we'll be better off.
May I ask you a question?
What you got?
Do you know about do you know how finances work, sir?
I'm no genius at it. Give me what you got. I'll see if I can give you my spiel on it.
No, you my brother. I'm going to give you a chance to look it up. Because you always been a good friend to me.
Thank you.
You've been sitting on the fence, but you got to come out and tell the truth, my brother.
How am I sitting on the fence? Explain that.
How? Hey, simple. Do you remember when he fired all these people from the, what is it, National...
It's still going. He's still firing. They're still firing people.
No. He fired everybody who controls the national defense of nuclear weapons.
That's not true.
It was an accident.
That's not true. He didn't fire everyone.
That's incompetence, sir.
He didn't fire everyone.
No, only 400 people.
Okay, so what's your point?
My point is, aren't you supposed to be smarter than that? I know you smart as hell. I'm smart as hell.
He made a mistake. How about that? They hired him back.
How the hell you make a mistake like that? Come on, brother.
They made a mistake.
How in the hell you make a mistake like that? Please elaborate. Elaborate this. How in the hell with nuclear, everything that got to do with America, how do you make a mistake like that? Is that incompetence?
A little bit. Maybe they fired the wrong people for a slight minute there.
Oh my God, man. You're not that dumb, man. I gotta go, man.
All right.
You cannot make excuses for this.
I'm not making excuses. I'm pulling your chain. All right, I gotta move it on, but I'm pulling your chain. I agree with you. Firing nuclear scientists or engineers is a sign of incompetence. I was just pulling your chain, but I do gotta move it on.
All right, my brother.
Good talk. Good talk. All right, wow. And that was I ended up hitting him by accident, but good to have my first caller come through. pushed it a little bit of a challenge on me. He was complimentary, but he challenged me. Anyhow, looking in the comments, I want to feel how this guy is feeling right now. You want to feel how my last caller is feeling right now? He was feeling inquisitive. He was feeling about that. Before we go on to the next caller, these broad sweeping firings seem to be based out of incompetence. I'm not sure how it can be seen in any other way. Firing like 6,000 people in a week and half is crazy. Well, as I stated, I was pulling the chain on my last caller. I do question how you can do a proper analysis on the value of so many employees in such a short period of time. Because we are to believe that everybody that is being terminated is government waste. We don't need them. They are essentially excess that America does not need. And yeah, it does leave an interesting taste in my mouth because I'm just thinking like, how could you make that analysis so quick? It is a lot of people in a very short period of time. Anyway, I'm going to go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 10,000. Certainly show the program some love. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Continuing on with Max Powers to the max. Good evening. Welcome to the program. What happened to creating jobs for the American people, says Nakiva Scott. It's a good question. It's a real good question. I don't think it's creating jobs, it's getting rid of jobs. Max Power, good evening.
Hey, brother, how you doing? Can you hear me perfectly fine?
Perfectly fine. So what do you think? Okay, they're suggesting that we're in the middle of one of the best openings for a president ever. What say you?
I actually agree. Honestly, compared to what we had for the past 4 years, it feels quite good not having a corpse in the office. So, yeah, but he has done a lot. He has done so much that the liberals can't even keep up with them. They don't know what to complain about now. They're complaining about people. I guarantee majority of those people who are getting fired probably was hired within the last 4 years.
Does that make them? Does that mean that they're not needed though? I mean, if they hired them within the last 4 years, is it possible that when they were hired, they were actually needed?
Let's see. If you looked at the private sector, it seems like on the private sector, we've been in a recession probably for like the last 2 years, but I'm sorry, on the public sector, no, the private sector, yeah, we've been in a recession.
That's not what the financial analysts say.
But well, you said the financial analysts?
I mean, I'm talking about the Neil Cavutos and Charles Paynes of Fox News. When you turn on the cable news networks, I haven't seen anyone suggest that over the last couple of years we were in a recession. I heard suggestions that we might be headed to one that never materialized, but I haven't heard any confirmation that we entered a recession.
Well, yeah, it was there was actually talks about this 2 years ago, and the Biden administration just changed the word of the recession.
Well, I just mentioned Charles Payne and Neil Cavuto of Fox News. They are hardly part of the Biden administration. I mean, I don't know any financial analysts that confirm we've been in a recession over the last 2 years. I haven't heard anybody say that.
Well, then I swear, I'm telling you now, I might be wrong. If I'm wrong, you know what? I can be corrected. But I swear to you, brother, when I say 2 years ago, I'm literally watching this on Fox News, CNN, and all that. They were talking about the United States is going through economic downtime, and they literally, they was just like, no. And I'm like, well, we haven't increased our GDP. Our GDP was like, didn't we have a decline in our GDP?
Yeah, when we had some financial struggles.
If you have financial struggles more than is it more than 2 consecutive quarters you having financial struggles? That is the definition of a recession.
I don't. Yeah, see, I can't speak on that specifically because a lot of that is over my educational level. But I'm fairly certain that we never officially entered a recession. That did not happen.
Well, I say, you know what? Maybe I might be, maybe you might be right, maybe I might be right. I say, you know what? I say both of us, we should just research this a little bit, and next time you come on live, I just come back to.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I've been doing lives for like 4 years. If we were in the middle of a recession, that would have been a topic of discussion. And I've never had a topic of Biden's recession. We would have been covering that.
And that's the reason why I said they literally changed the definition of the term. They changed it, brother. That was literally I remember that was Fox News and CNN big topic for about 2 weeks. Then they moved on.
Yeah. I remember them suggesting we were going to have a recession under Biden, but the numbers got better. If you Google the phrase last recession, it tells you 2007 to 2009. So that was the last recession in America, according to Google. So I haven't heard that one happened in the last 2 years.
Interesting. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, just like I said, I'd have to look up the actual definition of a recession, but it clearly says that.
You know what? Yeah. Well, don't quote me on that. Remember that it was 2 years ago, and I had a little bit too much fun in college, so my memory ain't the best.
All right, that's fair. That's fair.
So, hey, if I'm wrong, hey, I'm willing to come up here to the altar, like, no, guys, I was wrong. Forgive me, but man, Trump is doing so much, man, that like it's just crazy for me, man. Is that me, you like I'm a truck driver. I don't know about you, what type of live work you do, but we could suffer through a layoff. We could get fired for messing up at work. So if they have said at least $7 trillion of the deficit that we have could be considered fraud, corruption, and abuse, yeah, you should. People deserve to be fired.
Let me ask, and I'm not going to disagree with that. Let me ask you this though. Biden, the Biden administration was constantly telling folks that the economy was doing well, even though people knew what the price of groceries was, what the price of fuel was. So nobody was actually feeling how great the Biden administration was saying things were doing. Now, right now, Trump is saying that things are doing really good. You're even saying it yourself. What are you feeling specifically? Let's say, for instance, you did not know Trump had taken over the White House. Just looking at your life, has things improved in your life so much that you would know something must have happened in regards to the leadership in America? What has improved in your life?
Within the last, you talking about within the last 3 weeks?
Well, you said he's doing so much. So what have you seen personally?
Well, I'm talking about all the executive orders he has signed. Now we're starting to uptick when it comes to deportations, which I like. I like how he shut down USAID, which I do feel that was part of the corruption of the deep state. Now, you know what? Just hear me out on this. I don't have proof that USAID has been part of this deep state and has been part of corruption. What I can say, ever since USAID has started, the United States have every country in the United States had the USAID. We have overthrown 80 countries since the creation of it. Mm-hmm. So,
okay, here's the reason why I asked you that is because most of the things you're giving Trump credit for doing are things that him and Elon Musk are telling you they're doing, just like Biden telling you the economy is good. What if they're lying? I mean, how do you know that what Trump and Elon Musk are saying is actually true?
Well, I'm looking at the judges filing filing petitions against Donald Trump to basically saying it's not the presidential's authority to fire people. Then the courts has the federal judge decided, you know what, it is the power of Donald Trump to fire federal workers.
Yeah, there's no denying he's firing people, but if they say we just saved $100 billion or we just found out they were sending condoms to Africa, how do you know that is true? There's no judge suing him.
They're releasing. It's not like it's the Biden administration. They ain't just telling you shit and that you don't see nothing. You got the Doge official. You got the Doge. What is it? The Doge official on their page on X. They got a page on Instagram.
Yeah, but that's coming from Trump. Wait.
Secretary.
Yeah, but all of that's coming from all of that's coming from Trump in the Elon Musk administration. All of that stuff you're talking about.
The press secretary also. She also shows receipts. She actually talks about what the Department of Doge is doing damn near every single day.
Yeah, but all of that's still coming from the same. That would be just like Janine St. Pierre or whatever her name was for Biden telling you what they're doing. You don't just. I mean, what are you seeing?
They're showing receipts. And they're showing receipts.
You seen receipts that the condoms were actually being sent?
No, they actually showing the receipts now with the whole $50 million for condoms to Gaza.
Where have you seen the receipts? Where have you seen this?
Press secretary, she actually showed it during her press conference. You can also go to the White House government site. You can look at all the stuff that they're doing.
But that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. How do you know they are telling you everything you're seeing is coming from them? How do you know they're telling you the truth? She's not going to say anything different than Trump because Trump is kind of telling her what to say. So how do you? Because that's just like you're quoting Trump's press secretary. Well, I can tell you, Biden press secretary said the economy was great. You wouldn't believe that. So what outside of the Trump administration have you seen to verify that what they're saying is actually happening?
The man's been literally in 3 days. It's going to mark a month since the man's been in office. So, like, don't you think it probably might take at least 2 to 3 months, hell, at least a quarter, maybe 2 quarters, for you to start seeing something?
That's a great point. But then that goes back to what I said. You're saying he's done all of these great things so far, but now you're admitting it's going to take a little while before I can actually see proof it happened. So why are you giving him credit already?
I'm talking about the executive orders. You asked me, well, what has he done? I talked to you about the executive orders.
Right. The executive orders is how he saved us a ton of money. And give me some executive orders he's done that you view that are great.
Solidifying that men and women.
Wait, say that again. What is that?
Basically, the United States government is only recognizing 2 genders, male and female.
Okay, and you find that to be great.
Yes, I actually find that to be great.
So let me, and you're not the only one that finds that great. But I'll ask the question: how does that change your life specifically? What does that do for you personally?
Well, what does it do for me personally? All right. Well, I don't. Well, as a Christian man, I don't believe in the degeneracy that the Black community has fallen under. 2, name me one time outside the modern time where homosexuality has been part of the Black community.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
Repeat. Wait. I didn't hear the question. Repeat that.
Name exactly one time in one moment in history that homosexuality, all this sassiness that it's doing now in the Black community, name me one time in history that it has been acceptable.
I mean, some would argue that Flip Wilson was gay back in the 60s and 70s. I don't get the question.
And some will argue J. Edgar Hoover was Black.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so this satisfies your Christian beliefs, basically. That's about all it does. Is you're Christian, you don't believe in all this homosexuality.
It's my Christian belief, and honestly, there's a lot of things that like I said, the degenerate behavior that I don't like, that is like the black community is suffering the most. Like, I could go into details.
Okay, let me ask you. It's interesting you brought up the black community. Now, Trump has essentially outlawed Black History Month. Do you favor that? You think that is a good thing for the black community?
When did he outlaw Black History Month? Because I remember it was the same day I remember it was the day he was actually talking about Black History Month. So when did he outlaw Black History Month?
He outlawed it, I believe it was either last week or the week before. It cannot be recognized in any federal office, military, you name it. He just did that about a week and a half ago.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I remember Antoine Daniels was talking about this, and somebody was making the same argument that it seemed like you're about to go. And we came to the conclusion, no, it was basically when it comes to training, I think if it comes to training for the position, all DEI situations we're not recognizing. And so if Black history falls under it, oops, oh well, I really don't care. You're not going to explain my history in the shortest month of the year. And my mother taught me about my history. We ain't need no white man to teach me about history. So
if he eradicates Black History Month, do you believe that is beneficial for the black community?
He didn't eradicate Black History Month. What he did was he took the DEI Black History Month out of the military, and I think basically out of the federal government.
And you think, is that good for the black community?
Is that good for the black community?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. Are black men, we kill each other at a high rate. Are black women unalive their babies at a high rate? Black boys are reading at a 6% level, at an 8% grade level in one of the largest blackest precincts, Baltimore. Let's see, one out of every black woman, one out of four.
You're not answering the question. You're giving me a bunch of stats.
I'm answering the question. See, basically is, yeah. Do I feel Black History Month? Do I feel that we should care more about Black History Month? No, I feel like we got more things we could. I feel like we got more things we have to worry about in the black community. So focus on what's
going on in the black community and the attributes we used to give. No, I don't. I think that you can walk and chew bubble gum at the same time. Just because you're solving, hold on, hang on. Let me respond now. Let me respond now. Just because you are trying to solve black-on-black crime or you're taking a pro-life stance in the black community, that doesn't mean you have to overlook all of the accomplishments and achievements of the black community, which is what Black History Month is about, is paying attention to black history that did not used to receive credit. So because there's a bunch of crime in the black community, we're going to stop talking about black history. That's kind of what it sounds like you're saying.
I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't really care that much talking about black history. What's the point of having black history when you don't have no people to celebrate black history?
Well, maybe if you're in a community where there is a lot of strife and hopelessness, telling folks that, listen, there are a lot of folks that came from this same community that accomplished all this may give them people hope. But according to you, we're going to stop talking about all that.
Yeah, we've been doing that shit for the last 30 years. And tell me, has the black community got even better with all those stats I just said to you?
Yeah, the black community.
The black community has gotten better, even though our population is continuously decreasing when we don't even have an economic boom. So what the government's been doing is adding immigrants into the black community, saying, oh, look at the black numbers, it's increasing.
Okay, I'll start out by, even though there's a lot of crime in the black community, there's no denying that. When you ask the question, has the black community gotten any better? If you look at the amount of high school and college graduates in the black community, the amount of, upper middle class, if not millionaires in the black community, the amount of professionals coming out of the black community, there's no denying it's getting better. Each year, those things go up and up and up.
Are you sure about that?
I'm 100% certain. Yeah, I'm 100% certain.
Hey, you know what? Hey, maybe we got two different ways. I got a different way of thinking, and pretty much the way you thought, it was the way I used to think, and I don't see nothing. I don't see anything.
Because we don't.
I see.
Hold on.
I'm like, yeah.
There is no media. There is no media outlet that focuses on the successes of the black community. They all focus on the stuff you're talking about, the killing and the robbing and the pro-choice stuff, the homosexuality stuff. That's what they focus on. You're right. You're not gonna hear or see all this other stuff. You don't see many newscasts covering you don't see many newscasts covering black valedictorians and things like that. They're covering the negative stuff, the stuff you're talking about.
I have seen, actually have seen Fox News and CBS when they was talking about the abortion rate, and sorry, it's my bad, the baby unaliving rate, and the anchor's face was shocked when they read the numbers, and it was just like, well, 56% of black women they unalive their babies. And
what percentage of white women they give you?
6%.
6% of white women. That is flat. So 54% of black women engage in pregnancy terminations, but only 6% of white women. I don't even know the actual numbers, and I can tell you that ain't true. I can tell you right off the bat that ain't true. There would be white kids every day. That was happening. That is not true.
And here's the funny thing about it is that I did the same shit. I did the same shit, and I laughed. I was like, what a bunch of clowns. And I started doing my own research, and I was just like, damn.
Yeah, I gotta move it on. But to get things clear, you're totally okay with the reduction in observing Black History Month. You don't see that as a problem at all.
Well, I see what black folks should do is get back to parenting their children and teaching the children how to, teach them more about their own history.
But not in schools. History. It shouldn't be in schools.
So no, I'm not saying it shouldn't be in schools.
Then you're not answering the question.
Well, I'm trying to answer the question.
Go ahead.
Like I said, I believe the parents need to get back to parenting, teach the kids more about the history. Don't expect the white man to teach the history for you. Okay.
So in regards to my question, you're okay with the reduction of Black History Month in schools? Your answer is?
I am okay with that if that's even true, because I know it's not true, but we'll see.
All right, fair enough. Appreciate you coming on, man. Come on back to anytime. Is this our first time talking?
You said what, sir?
Is this our first time talking?
Yeah, it's crazy because I saw you off of I was on YouTube and I was just like, who's this brother? And you was talking to some dude the other day. I was just like, oh my God. And I was
They're saying that now when I'm talking to you, but go ahead.
No. At least I could bring you my receipts and you show me your receipts, and I guarantee you when you bring your receipts with my receipts, you'd be like, damn, well, you was right.
I don't know. I think we may be shopping at different stores. Always open, man.
All right, and don't CBS.
All right. And real quick, in regards to what he was saying, now, I haven't heard this, but this is Trump's press secretary. This is a 28-second video. I'll go to the box right after this. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20,000, THOU. We can certainly make that happen if you let your thumbs not be lazy. Tap the screen, smash that like button for my YouTube viewers as well. Smash that like button. If you enjoy this dialogue, civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, we don't block, ban, or censor. I don't know what I do with my beloved MAGA hat, but we are MAGA friendly. Understand that. So tap the screen, get the likes up, smash that like button. This is Trump's press secretary.
As we're dealing with anti-DEI, anti-woke efforts, we understand this administration could, speaking about celebrating Black History Month, have you got any word on that? Anything that you can offer to us?
As far as I know, this White House certainly still intends to celebrate, and we will continue to celebrate American history and the contributions that all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or creed, have made to our great country, and America is back.
I like it. That's a beautiful way to dodge a whole fucking question. You know what she basically did is she yelled "All Lives Matter" at a Black Lives Matter rally. I mean, that's a beautiful way to dodge. She was asked specifically about Black History Month, and she said all American history. So take it as you may, but that was a beautiful dodge. Like I said, she essentially yelled "All Lives Matter." How do you call in, by the way? Saying we're on TikTok and Instagram Live. So for my YouTube viewers, if you want to come up, you can certainly speak your piece. You don't have to worry about the host trying to limit your time or dictate how you should think. It's all about free speech here. You can be critical of me, of anybody else. That's how we do it. If you got Instagram or if you have TikTok, the Handsome Liberal is where you'll find us. We are live on all platforms right now. Going back to the box, I need to wash my last caller down with a little bit of Den Cow. Good evening, Den Cow. Welcome to the program. Den Cow, I'm assuming you may have heard some things you didn't agree with. Good evening.
The reverse would have been, I didn't hear anything that I agreed with. Like nothing. Like that guy, look, I don't usually do this because I don't like to prejudge people or whatever, but I kind of went and looked at the stuff that he was posting on his stuff. And it's all this stuff about like luxury stuff, like luxury cars and black people and Porsches and Benzes and all that stuff. When he sits there and says black people haven't made no advances.
Yeah, but that's what I was telling him. I said the same thing. If you look at the wealth, in fact, if you were to chart the wealth and progress, education, promotions in terms of corporate, working and things like that of the black community, let's say you go from 1900 to now, you would not only would you see we've continued to succeed in many areas, you would also be able to see the civil rights era, even without the years being marked, because you would see the arc just all of a sudden go up. Like, why are they making more money now? Why are there more politicians in this community now? What happened during this period of time? They seem to be doing so much better. He didn't seem to acknowledge any of that.
Right. He was talking from, it sounded like a personal experience because he sounds like he's from like Baltimore because he was reciting like stats from the Baltimore schools. And I could kind of get that, if he's talking from an internal perspective. But to just act like the whole country is all of us are just out here robbing and killing each other, and there is no I've been to plenty of. Send them to Atlanta. Send them to Detroit. Send them to Cincinnati. There are neighborhoods that are full of nothing but black people. I'm talking about well-to-do. I'm talking about like there wasn't. You said in the 1900s. I'm saying since the 1960s.
Yeah. Well, like I told him though, the media don't cover that shit. They cover the crack epidemic. They'll go in somebody's house while they're making crack or talk about drive-by. They don't cover that stuff. This is what I've often said when Trump talks about the mainstream media and how they do Republicans. I'm like, they did it to black people first. By far, they painted us horrible first. Okay, so now they paint the Republicans a little bad, but they did it to black people first.
Right. Look, people like that, man. They get out here, man, and they spit their venom, and he talk about he used to be the same as you, but now he's he used to basically he's saying he used to be stupid, but now he's real smart, and you left behind because you don't understand nothing about what's going on. And I can't understand it, man. I can't understand anybody saying that that we should just push aside all black history because we got more important problems to worry about. Like representation is the biggest motivator ever of any culture. When you see people in your culture doing better, it makes you want to do better. It makes kids be able to say, hey, I can actually be the president of the United States because I seen Barack Obama do it. I can actually be the vice president. I can be on the Supreme Court. Those are dreams that black people never even had before this stuff happened.
You know, I brought this up on the show before, and any of you folks can find this on YouTube. It's called the doll test. The DOLLTEST. It's an experiment where they put what looks like a black Barbie doll, a Hispanic Barbie doll, and a white Barbie doll, and they put it in front of a bunch of 5-year-olds. One white 5-year-old, one black 5-year-old, and one Hispanic 5-year-old. And they start asking them positive attributes and negative attributes about the dolls. Which one do you think is the bad doll? Which one do you think? And all of them are picking out the white doll with all the positive attributes. Even the black kid is picking out the dark doll and saying it's the ugly one, it's the bad one. And I think it's for what it's exactly based on what you're talking about. If you don't see any positive aspects of your community and you're only seeing positive aspects of this community, you're going to think more positively of that community. Like when we were kids, all of the superheroes, all that shit was white. So I do believe that is what can cause that.
Right. I mean, without that representation, that's the whole reason why they changed the image of Jesus Christ to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy.
Well, that was Black MAGA. That was Black MAGA, though.
Yeah, I'm saying you can look at pictures of the Pope and world leaders around the world, and in the Vatican they pray to a black Jesus and Mary. You can look, it's simple, but they have utilized that to control a whole group of people and empower them, and then to break us down. So they think we don't know that propaganda actually works, while they actually using the same propaganda to try to. Well,
propaganda can be very effective. And hang on one second. Troy Scott in the comments says, "Are all the callers black dudes?" Troy, if you're on TikTok or if you're on Instagram, I'll bring you up next. And I don't care what color you are. I'll bring you up next and give you plenty of time to state your point. I bring up folks as they come by. But so then, Cal, the removal of Black History Month, why do you think there are so many folks on the right that may see this as harmful to children if discussed in schools or something like that?
White fragility?
Explain.
They don't want their children to internalize all of the hateful things that they did. And so they would rather just not talk about it instead of facing it, dealing with it, and then moving past it. You can't beat me down every time I see you for a year, and then once I go to the gym and puff up and get ready to box, you say, just forget about all of times. Look, let's just be friends now. Let's act like that didn't happen, and we could just move forward, being friends. Like that's not how it works. If you never deal with the reason why you beat me down all the times, we can't never get to that point. And we spent all of our history in America about tragedy saying what? Never forget. Never forget this. Never forget that. Don't tread on me. You can't forget about the Holocaust. You can't forget about this. But this particular, the worst instant of like damage to human beings, they just won't forget about it. Oh. I can't understand why another human being, let alone, look, that would be like us telling the Jews, don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't be thinking that the Nazis did you wrong. You know what I'm saying? Just let it go. No, you can't.
Well, it seems like Elon Musk is trying to do something similar to that in regards to that video he had with the far right group in Germany. He was telling them that. But let me ask you this, because this is an interesting point, and this is something you hear commonly. In the comments, Fancy Prancy says, if whites do it, it's racist. But it's okay for blacks to have Black History Month. Where's the equality in that? Floor is yours.
Well, if we got 12 months in a year.
I already know where you're going.
And the whole entire history of this country has been always favoring one race. We could talk about anything. We could talk about economically, education, we could talk about historically, everything has always been always one way. And then the people that have been beaten down and discriminated against finally get to a level where they can say, okay, look, we do have a vital part in this country. We did participate in the growth of this country. We helped build the country, and we want to say that out loud so that our offsprings and people can feel better about themselves. You want to say that we can't have the shortest month of the whole year.
Can we get rid of the BET channel too? I mean, there's no white entertainment television.
Yeah, but if people don't understand, BET was purchased by Viacom. They're owned by a white company.
Yeah, they are now. That is true. Wow.
We don't have anything that's ours. We just want to say, hey, we did some great things to bring this country to where it is. And now you want to take it out and make it seem like, no, only one certain people made all of the accomplishments. I don't go for it.
Well, you just had a black man on there that does believe exactly what you just stated. But in regards to the actual topic, folks are suggesting that Trump has given us the best. It's not the first 100 days just yet, first 20 some odd days, but folks are saying that it's the best opening of any president in history. What say you?
That depends on what is your measuring stick of the best. Like, just by doing a lot doesn't mean that it was good. Like, he literally got rid of, like, the nuclear, the people that control all of our nuclear fissile material in the country from these layoffs or these firings, just fired them all, and now they figured out they made a mistake, and guess what? Now they're trying to get them all to come back.
Would it be safe to say they fucked around and fizzled out?
Fizzled. Yeah, they fizzled out. Now they got another plane that done crashed. Like, and nobody's giving him credit for the bad stuff that's happening on his watch. With the economy, with inflation going up, he's steady trying to pressure Jay Powell. If Jay Powell caves and lowers interest rate in the middle of inflation, we gonna go into everybody gonna fit, FAFO.
Yeah. Now, when we were talking about the whole Black History Month and things like that, you actually attracted a comment from one of my viewers. Creed says, no, and I want you to take this any way you may. You'll have the floor, of course, without any censorship. Creed says, nobody alive today has gone through slavery. And he continues by saying, I feel sorry for this caller's grandkids. Wow. What say you?
Why would they feel sorry for my grandkids? My grandkids gonna be all right. I got trust funds set up for them. I'm a wealthy man. I have a beautiful home, about 5 cars. Like, why is he?
Damn, you doing it like that? Shit. No wonder why you've been supporting the channel.
I'm the American dream on here. That's why they hate to hear me talk.
You too dark for all that shit. You sound like the American nightmare. You're too dark for all that.
I'm the antithesis of what they saying, and they can't understand it because they think I should be on the other side. I shouldn't be mad that Donald Trump is taking away benefits that I don't get to enjoy and stuff. They think I should be behind them, but I'm not, because I have empathy and I care about the least among us.
Yeah, so you're not out doing drive-bys?
No, not this week.
I mean, that's what it sounds like he's trying to say.
Before the election, maybe, but not now. Because, hey, they snatching folks up.
So then you mentioned you don't think that Trump is getting credit for the bad things. Now, and also you mentioned these plane crashes. Did he not do any firing at the FAA?
Yes, all of the leadership. The Inspector General, the people, all of the people in charge got removed a week before these crashes started happening. But they're not making no connections with what he did. But the fact is, we hadn't had an in-air collision in this country in 15 years. And DEI been around for a long time.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is because him and Elon fires people so fast, if there is some type of loss in manpower that's causing these crashes, the remaining people at the FAA would probably be scared to speak up because they don't want to get fired.
I have a buddy of mine that that's an air traffic controller. And I couldn't even have a conversation with him. He wanted to hurry up and get off the phone with me. You know, I started asking him questions, and he said, you know, he was real short with me. And, you know, we served together in the military for years, you know. And I just asked him a question like what's the feeling amongst the air traffic controllers? And he was scared to have a dialogue with me, and I don't know if he thought maybe I was a part of the people trying.
Sound like he was giving you that old Eazy-E quote, knowing nothing in life but to be legit. But don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said shit. That's what it sounded like he was doing. You don't want to be on. You don't want to be on the record.
Yeah, I had a couple of words for him, but I kind of get it because that's his livelihood and everything. But that's a shame that this is affecting all of these hundreds of thousands, if not millions of government workers who are just indiscriminately getting fired. Yeah. And the MAGA is cool with it. This needed to happen. But what I want to ask those MAGA people is, when are we, the American people, going to start getting some of that money that they saving? Because they keep talking about they finding billions and billions of dollars. When does that money is it ever going to trickle down to us? Because I can tell them the answer, but I just want to know what they think it is.
All right, we'll see what happens. Then, Cal, I got to move it on. Don't quote me, boy. I ain't said shit. Appreciate it.
All right.
Appreciate it. Moving on with the program, and that is the quote from the immortal Eazy-E, knowing nothing in life but to be legit. But don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said shit. And I do believe that might be an issue in regards to the plane crashes. If they fired, as my last caller stated, a whole lot of the upper ranks of the FAA, and those missing folks have caused chaos throughout the air industry, and it may be responsible for some of the safety mishaps in the air industry, I do believe that the remaining leadership would be hesitant to speak out because they fire people so quick. So, they may want to say, we need more, that you don't fire too many people. We need more ATC officers, air traffic control officers. But shit, if I say something, they're going to fire me too. So the remaining powers that be might be frightened to say anything. Think about that the next time you get on an airplane. Looking in the comments, it's Elon's money now. $8 million a day. Why is he making that kind of money? $8 million a day. Yikes. Proud to be an American again, says Terry Harmon. This is my people. This is my land. All right, looking in the comments, tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 30,000. A lot of folks I've heard say that they're proud to be an American now. For me personally, I haven't judged Elon, and I haven't even really judged Trump yet. I would like to see evidence that all of these great things are saying is actually culminating. Because you're telling me you're doing all of these things. You're saving the American taxpayers all of this money, but you're not showing proof of it. So people believe that they are saving us a bunch of money, but that the proof will come out as time goes on. Then if you don't have the proof yet, why are you just believing it? That's my personal opinion. Looking in the comments, Trump has been convicted for forging, I guess, fraudulent documents. That is true, Nikiva. That is true. Going back to the box, we'll go straight to Matt D40. Good evening, Matt. Welcome to the program. I do see you over there, Richard, by the way. Matt, good evening.
How's it going? Hey, just want to say just real quick here, mad respect for Dan Cal. I have not talked to him in a long time. I fundamentally disagree with him, but he is a patriot, and I consider him a friend, and it was nice to hear his voice again.
Okay, fair enough. So what are we getting wrong here then? What do you disagree with?
Well, NTSB, and there was some reporting today that states that the Black Hawk helicopter did not hear the part where it said to go around the aircraft that was coming in, because they had keyed their mic at the same time, and they played the ATC tape of that conversation. And so I don't understand how President Trump can be blamed for that one. Again, a mid-air collection has not happened here in 15 years, but that is very clearly pilot error. In addition to that, there was also an issue as far as the altimeter. It was a training mission. The instructor and the pilot had different altimeters. They were off by 100 feet. The trainer said that they was 100 feet higher than what they actually were.
Let me interrupt by saying this. We're not blaming Trump specifically. The notion is when this happened, they said that they have a shortage of air traffic control officers. Therefore, there would have been somebody normally communicating with both the pilot and the airplane individually. But because they are understaffed, one guy was responsible for communicating with everybody. So he had to tell them there's a plane coming and leave it up to them to make sure they could see it, as opposed to being on the radio with both of them. They're saying they're understaffed, is what they're saying.
Yep, and I agree with that 100%. And here's what I would say to you. I worked for American Airlines in Charlotte, North Carolina during the pandemic. And if you go into the office of the Inspector General's office, there is a report there for the number of times there were ground stops across the East Coast due to a shortage of air traffic control. That has been going on for years and years.
So why is so if there's already a shortage, why is he firing more people in that particular industry?
Well, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this one. I have not seen that the controllers are being terminated, that there are people within the FAA that are actually being terminated, but the controllers themselves go through 7 years for that certification. I can't see that they're saying after 7 years they're firing them. There are people within the FAA that are being terminated.
They're firing people with a lot more than 7 years of training in some of these industries, like the federal agents and the CIA. A lot of people got way more than 7 years. I seen a guy on TV yesterday that said he was 2 years from retirement and they fired him. So they're firing fairly well-trained people. They don't care about that.
Well, I would have to disagree just off of like I said, when it comes to air traffic control, that is you can't touch. I mean, you have to get 7 years of training before you can even get up there and work by yourself.
Okay. Well, like I said, I can't speak on it directly. I was trying to see what I could find out. I don't know what particular type of employees he's firing, but we do know he's fired people within the FAA. And go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, and I just feel like within FAA is one that probably should not be touched. Actually, there's a lot of them, but at the same time, when we're over $2 trillion yearly budget deficit, we're paying $1 trillion a year on just the interest. We're not even touching capital on our national debt. Mm-hmm. Something has to change. I would like to see tax increases. It sucks, but I don't want my grandkids and great-grandkids to be stuck with my bill.
You want to see a tax increase on the American people?
I do.
While he's saving, they're stating they're saving all this money and a tax increase? Wow.
So their goal is to reduce the budget by $1 trillion. That still puts us another $1 trillion in debt, or on a deficit every year over year.
Right. I'm trying to figure out, when do we get to the part where the average American citizen can say, this has made a good change in my life. He's done something where it has affected me personally. Like when the price of fuel and eggs went up, that hurt Americans individually. Where is the good stuff coming from? I mean, balancing the budget and the deficit and all that sounds good, but that doesn't change the average, that doesn't change my lifestyle.
To be honest with you, I think that for the American people, it's a feeling rather than fact. I feel good. Like, for example,
I believe
this weekend, going out to Daytona, they feel good. I don't know. I haven't seen the consumer confidence numbers since he's been elected, but I think the majority of the country is feeling more confident in the future. But I wouldn't say that necessarily there's been any results where we can point to outside of some ice.
You know what this sounds like to me? When a person says, I'm going through so much, I'm going to drink my problems away tonight. You feel good, but the problems are still there. You might be high right now. You're just drunk, dude. But everything you were worried about before you started this first drink, All of that shit still exists. You just drunk right now. And when you say they feel good, I think that's what we're in. We're in some kind of euphoria. But what's going on is still going on.
Right. Yeah, that's a really great way to say it right now. And honestly, time will tell. To say any other president within their first 45 days, 30 days, and say, oh, aha, they're the magic, then now that we've figured it out. Yep, there were a lot of promises made. We'll see what actually happens. Regardless of whoever the president is, I always pull for him, because if the president does well, we do well. And I don't want to see anyone fail.
That's a good point. Now, I got a quick clip I want to play. And like with Medium, this is my first time hearing this. This is a local ABC affiliate in Chicago, and they're talking about the FAA.
The Trump administration is also working to downsize the FAA. The union representing the workers said hundreds of probationary employees who maintain critical services with air traffic control are being let go. Many of the workers install, inspect, and maintain air traffic control communications, radio, and computer systems. The move comes less than 3 weeks after a mid-air collision near the Capitol killed 67 people, highlighting problems already within the agency.
You see how that may possibly cause any problems?
I do, and I would be curious on your response for this one. So just like we talked about, Elon Musk talks about we're saving billions of dollars, but there's no proof of that yet. The news says that we're letting go of those critical people. Who are they? I want to know of what that position is. Was it redundant on a third, fourth, fifth level? Who are they actually letting go? That's what I want to see.
That's a good point. Yeah, I cannot present that. But that is a great question to ask. I'll certainly have to look that up and see if I can find it, because in the future this question may come up again. Because they could be making it up. We don't know.
I want to protect. I'm a disabled vet. I depend on the VA. So when it comes to letting federal employees go, that has a direct impact on my weekly health care.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta wonder, because the goal is to save taxpayer dollars. But I mean, what are we going to do for all the hundreds, if not hundreds, but thousands of people that are out of work? I mean, he's turning into the first president that can say, "I'm the first person in my first few days to eliminate thousands of jobs." They normally brag about creating them. He's eliminating jobs.
Well, it is a short-term loss on a long-term gain.
How do you know? How do you know it's a short? For those people that he's firing, how do you know that's a short-term loss? If you fire me and I lose my car or I lose my house, is that really a short-term loss, or do we not care about the individuals?
We do care about the individuals, but we have a country as a whole. And we have to care about the country first. And when you're looking at federal retirement, federal pensions on all of those people, look at Chicago, look at Massachusetts, look at Connecticut, that are running deficits, and they're having to increase taxes to pay for all of their pensions after the fact. And the U.S. is looking at the same thing. All of these people would have a lifetime pension once they retire.
Yeah. And now, once they leave these federal jobs, they're going to go in the private sector, and their pensions are gone.
Yeah. Well, depending on if they're vested or not.
Yeah. And there's obviously nothing good for. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a federal worker, and it sure makes me glad right now. I don't know. Can you imagine what the morale must be like if you're for federal employees? Because they don't know if they're going to be deemed waste tomorrow. You just don't know. It's kind of like the Mob movie when the boss calls you into his office and you look down to make sure you're not standing on plastic. If you don't know. So can you imagine what the morale must be like if you got a cruise or a trip coming up? Well, maybe we shouldn't take this because I might get fired over the next month.
I do. I actually have a friend that is Department of Treasury, and he is nervous. And I feel bad because he is a very dear friend. And at the same time, it's kind of like, in just trying to draw a comparison here.
Did your friend, did your friend vote for Trump? Do you know?
Yes, he did.
He's happy?
He's not happy, but he understands why.
Do you think, now we're speculating here because you don't know, but do you think if knowing what he knows now, if he could go back in time, do you think he would have still voted for him?
Oh no, we point blank asked him that. It's like, hey, did we make a mistake? And he said no, because he is a financial analyst within Department of Treasury, and he can agree that it makes sense what's happening on several levels. Not all, but there are several, the majority of levels where it does make sense what they're doing in the long term. And he's the one who told me, hey, we have all these federal pensions here. Here's what's going to cost the U.S. In the next 20 years, as all of these people go in and retire. Now we have to replace all of them, and that pension fund now all of a sudden has to be so much larger, including health.
So he would have actually voted for the guy knowing he was going to fire him, or potentially fire him. Potentially.
Correct. That's what he said. Whether that's true or not.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't care how much waste my job is. I'm not going to vote for somebody to fire me.
But
you got to be kidding me.
At the same time, how can you ask the American people, hey, I need you to put your grandkids further into debt because these people need their job.
I don't think they have a problem doing it. I don't think they have a problem doing that shit in Washington. I mean, now I brought up, and I'm being petty when I say this, but Trump did a lap around Daytona yesterday in Air Force One. Did you think he cared that he would? I mean, how much money does it cost to keep that thing flying every single mile? All the Secret Service that came there and to put the beast on the track. Do you think he cared that's enough money for somebody's entire career they threw away yesterday? He don't care, so why should the low guy like me be all concerned about that shit?
Because it's our grandkids and our great grandkids.
Yeah, because his grandkids are set. But my poor ass, I gotta take a sacrifice. I mean, come on, you see what I'm saying? He actually put the beast on the track. Secret Service and all of that's a waste of money. None of that is necessary. That is just for show. I mean, you got to assume everything he did at Daytona, probably the Super Bowl too. I mean, you're probably talking about close to $1 million in waste for the salaries, the aircraft going out there, all of that. But I got to focus on my grandkids when he can do that?
Can you show any president in history that did not waste money like that?
I've never seen somebody talk so much about eliminating waste as him.
True.
He literally created an organization to get rid of government waste, but he's doing that with Air Force One.
No, I agree. It is absolutely costing a ton of money. At the same time, I believe that it is helping the U.S. economy. Well, not helping the U.S. economy. It is helping America feel more confident and feel better about itself. It's getting them drunk.
You know what would help America feel better about himself? Let the folks that was enjoying their job, even though it was wasteful, keep their job. I would rather go to work and earn a paycheck than see a plane fly over my head. I don't know. I think you might have them backwards.
But that's like saying, hey, everybody, leave all of your lights on because your cat's walking around in the dark. Let's just pay for so the cat can. You know what I'm saying? Like you're wasting money. Yep, and say, hey, let's just go ahead and let them keep their jobs, even though it's going to cost all of us.
I don't know. Like I said, when you look at how much money he's spending attending these events, that's probably several jobs for at least a few years right there. I mean, if you're only making $40,000, $50,000 a year or whatever the case may be, the money he spent, that's probably 10 people's jobs. I mean, just doing those little things, as you say, to make America feel better.
Which events is it okay for a president to attend?
In a time where you're cutting back waste to the point where people can't even go to work anymore, do you really need to? If it's out of your own pocket, you can go to all of them. But you're going to fire me because I'm waste and then use my money to go to the Super Bowl? How does that look?
Right, but if I'm the third or fourth redundant employee, at this point, we don't know who's being fired. The news has simply said, oh, they fired people at the FAA. Okay, well, what are their jobs? What did they do? Are they the third person to do this? Are they on an on-call position? That's what I'm saying.
Here's the point I'm making. Here's the point I'm making. Firing Americans should be literally the last thing you do out of desperation. If you're firing Americans, you should not be taking unnecessary vacations and going to, events you don't have to go to. If you don't get all the way down to you got to put Americans out of work, you should be really cutting back yourself at the same time. That's what I'm saying.
No, I agree with what you're saying, but it's not unprecedented. Look during COVID when the economy was tanking and Biden's like, oh, I need to go to my beach house in Delaware.
And we chastised the hell out of him for doing that.
Who did?
The right was all over him and Pelosi during COVID for not staying in the house, for going places they shouldn't go. They were all over them.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is that it's everybody does it. Both parties. Nobody is without blame here.
I thought we were putting Trump in there because he wasn't going to be a typical politician. He was not going to do the typical waste and stuff that the other ones do. He was supposed to be the business guy that's going to be financially effective for the country. Now he's doing it like everybody else.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
All right, fair enough.
That is a fair point, and yeah, I agree with you.
All right. Well, so just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Matt, first time talking?
Second time. It's been a while, but I appreciate you giving me an opportunity, man.
Anytime, man. Come on through anytime. Thanks for coming through.
Appreciate you.
All right, moving the program on. Why did Musk hire all those teenagers? You know, I don't know. I mean, I guess because they're the ones that supposedly are the most skilled. My humble opinion, I'll go back to the box. I'm going to ask you guys to tap the screen. Get us up to about 40,000. Hell, we should be to get up to 50,000, but tap the screen, get us up to 40,000. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. You know how the FYP is set. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Don't worry, he will get his wish with the tax hike. I don't know what you're saying there, Richard, but we'll continue the program on. Yeah, to me, if you're going to point out waste, you shouldn't be wasteful while pointing that out. And that's what I talked about Daytona. And my last caller is correct, because that did look like some cool shit to see the president, you know, flying Air Force One over the stadium and tipping a wing. Everybody's applying. It does look like cool shit. I'm not going to take that away. But you can't fire me because my job is waste, and then you use the money you save from firing me to do some cool shit in Air Force One that's totally unnecessary. I just, that don't look right. And even my last caller who supports Trump admitted that as well. It doesn't look right. And I'm pretty certain that if Biden did the same shit, the right would be going crazy about it. It doesn't look right. Looking at the comments, has been in office for a month. See, I don't get what you're saying there, lyrical demon, I think that says. And in regards to him not being in office for that long, because a lot of folks, you know, when I say we need to see proof that he is doing what he said, well, he hasn't been in office that long. If you're in office long enough to tell us you found $100 million in condoms going somewhere, then you're in office long enough to show us what you found. At this point, if you can tell us you found it, you can show us you found it. How long does it get? Are we going to be saying this 3 months down the line where they only been in office for 3 months? If you can tell us, you can show us. So all I'm saying is this. It's great that he's saving the U.S. taxpayers money, but if you don't see the proof of it, I'm not 100% certain it's actually happening. I'm not going to trash Elon, but I'm also not going to celebrate him. For me, I need to see evidence. I know if you support Trump, you support Elon, if they say they did it, that's good enough for you. I'm not on that train. I need to see evidence of it. Because certainly when it comes to Trump, we know Trump, if any type of numbers coming from Trump are often exaggerated for his benefit. I don't care if you're talking about his height or weight, his income or his wealth, his inauguration or his crowds. We know Trump exaggerates numbers. So if you say that we found 100 million in waste, it might only be 30 million. He's going to exaggerate. He's been doing that from day one. And now Elon is on the scene, and a lot of things he said has turned out not to be true. So I need to see evidence. I'm not going to just take their word when they've only been doing it for 4 weeks and we've already found out several things they've said is not true. In addition to, it appears as if they're not just getting rid of waste, that they may be also getting rid of some perceived enemies. They're going after people that were investigating Elon. They're not just doing this random to get rid of waste. Some of these folks are going after Elon. When you start firing folks who are responsible for doing investigations and they were investigating you, that raises some eyebrows. Anyhow, looking in the comments, it's insane to dismantle the Department of Education, says Nakiva. A lot of folks agree, though. That's the problem. A lot of folks favor dismantling the Department of Education. So my guess is if Trump wants to do it, there's not going to be a lot in his way. Tara Turley, 1017, good evening. Welcome to the program. Oh, you mean the flybys? Yeah. So the flyby to the F-16, that was about $3.2 million. Really? Cost that much to do a F-16 flyby? Damn, that's expensive. Continuing on, we'll give the box a moment to reset, I guess. We can't bring up the next guest. They are nothing but your common thieves. Wholesale, says Apocalypse Gaza. Wow. You think that Trump and Elon are nothing more than common thieves? That's, like I said, I need to see evidence. Evidence against them, evidence in favor of them. For me, I take a neutral position. I'm not going to believe everything that is anti-Trump, anti-Elon, and I'm also not just going to accept everything that is in favor of them. I need to see evidence. I don't think there's anything wrong with asking for evidence. And that doesn't mean you hate Elon or you hate Trump when you ask for evidence. Like I said, we know with Trump, he inflates, he exaggerates. So I'm not going to just take a risk on that. We'll go to the next caller. I don't know what's happening there, but we'll go to Richard Cruises. Apparently not. I was trying to bring up a caller on Instagram, but it does not appear as if that's the case. So we'll go on. I don't agree for the Department of Education. I work for a non-profit early education, says Rabbit. Well, a lot of folks do agree with getting rid of the Department of Education. I don't like it for the simple fact that there used to be a time when a child from Mississippi could move to New York and they would hold that child back a grade because the education in Mississippi was not on par with the education in New York. The Department of Education can make sure that there is some consistency in how much a child is educated. If it goes back to states' rights, it's going to go back to stuff like I just stated, because some states are going to be cash-strapped. Maybe the quality of teaching is different, and therefore the education that the child receives may be lesser or greater depending on where the kid is born. It will make a difference. Just like on Earth. Every country has its own education department, or its own education system is what I'm trying to say. And you get a different education depending on where you were born on Earth. Well, if you allow the states to do their own educational systems, that's going to happen in America. I would assume that even in Europe, if you're educated in Italy, it's probably different than if you're in, Romania. It's a different education. You're going to get a different education if we go back to the states level, the states' right level. Let me go back to the box. Pretty sure of that. You're going to get a different. I mean, when they're trying to teach things like slavery was beneficial, they're not going to teach that shit in Chicago. So if you go from Mississippi to Chicago, you're bragging about how great it was to be a slave. Shit, your safety may be in danger. Let me go back to the box. Josh, good evening. Welcome to the program. Appreciate the sub there. I think that says Tim A. Thank you for the sub, and same with the family. Real Estate Trice, thank you as well. And so Billy Gamer, appreciate it. I don't know why the box is problematic here. We'll give it a moment. And see what happens here. We need schools in red states. What do you mean you need school in red states? You got plenty of schools in red states. But you do need to have somebody representing the red states and the blue states sit down and hash out a consistent education. I'm not a fan of states' rights education because, like I said, unless you're going to stay your ass in that same state your entire life, then that's different. Dude was second in the... Okay, I didn't see you there, Sir Puff. We'll make it happen, though. Once the box resets. And appreciate the sub there, Andy. All right, let's try. I'm having a hard time bringing up guests, and I don't know why. Puff, Puff Pass. Good evening. There you go. Good evening, Puff Puff. What's going on?
What's up, my friend? Long time no see. Hey, so let me start. I've been taking notes because I got here like second week. You've been listening
all right, give me what you got.
So to answer your question about you want proof on the, and it's a legitimate question. I want proof on these claims. They say that they're just finding all this money. Mm-hmm. So if you go to the Doge.gov site and you look at the line items they have listed, you can go to usspending.gov and cross-reference them. The
problem is, I mean, and I think I did this the other day and they were talking about the receipts are still pending, but the problem is, if I say I need Elon Musk to provide proof and he say go to my website, I mean, the website is kind of coming from him. So, but I'll take it for now. And we'll see.
What I'm telling you is it's a .gov site anyways, Doge is, but even if you don't want to trust it, you can take what's on the Doge.gov site and cross-reference it with usspending.gov that doesn't have anything to do with Trump or Musk.
And it verifies everything they're saying.
Yeah, you can cross-reference what you want to see. There's still pending receipts on some of the stuff too. Yes, but it's updated daily.
Now I'm going to give you Chris Ruth in the comments is saying something that falls in line with an article I just read. Now he says the Doge website isn't even secure. Now I read earlier, now that it's come up, that anyone could push information out on this site. So I read an article that stated this site is not secure and anyone could add information to it. Have you heard about anything like that?
Yeah, I've heard about it, but again, it's heard because you got to keep in mind it's a .gov site, so you have to meet security levels right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a .gov site. It's not like anybody can go get a .gov site.
No, but I'm saying it can be hacked. It can be hacked, and somebody can go here and post shit.
All the above. Yeah, I mean, obviously they could be hacked. We're talking about the Treasury, and everybody was getting all the information off the Treasury, but nobody talked about December of the 20th or so that they literally hacked everybody's and had remote access to every workstation in the Treasury. You know what I'm saying? So they already have the information for crying out. But on my list, I wanted to answer a couple of questions for you that helped you out. When you talked about the firing so many, you realize this Doge thing happened under Bill Clinton. We fired 377,000 federal employees. In 93, Bill Clinton did this same exact thing.
I heard that on I think it was on Fox or it was a right-wing outlet. I heard somebody else bring it up, and my response is I remember the Republicans saying that Bill Clinton was a terrible president. They didn't like him. So now all of a sudden Trump is doing it and we should like it now?
No, I was just saying, I'm not trying to compare the two because that's the thing, I'm saying this isn't nothing new. When we talk about firing federal employees, we've already scaled back like this, and a lot longer after we balanced the budget. Though I don't agree how we balanced the budget with Clinton. No, I think we robbed from Social Security and did other things to do it. So, but I like Clinton for the most often. I'm a Republican as a president. I think there was many things there, but I was just letting you know this has happened before, and a lot.
Did he fight? But here's the thing too. We need to find out who he fired. I mean, because obviously he didn't get rid of the Department of Education. So we'd have to, did he fire people from the FAA? I mean, where did he do his firing?
Actually, if you go and look, the framework is very similar to what the framework is here. So they start with the low-hanging fruit first. And the first thing you're going to do is probationary period employees, people that are overlapping, and redundancy. Redundancy is what they take first. Programs that are just administration over administration over administration. And there's not really an efficiency out of that position, and that position's not needed because there's no effectiveness from it. You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Will there be casualty and will there be mistakes along the way? Obviously, on the big things. Obviously, they will.
Also, too, here's another one. Did he come in? Because I'm under the impression that there are rules before you can fire somebody. Like, you got to give them a 30-day notice and all of this. I'm under the impression that...
Absolutely, he will be challenged on a lot of these to the Supreme Court, and that's fine because then we'll get clarification.
Did Bill Clinton do that? Did Bill Clinton fire him like that?
He got challenged too, absolutely. Some of this stuff got challenged, and Congress challenged some of it, and there was pushback against Clinton during this. I mean, it's not to say there wasn't pushback. There certainly was. We just have social media now, and we have bigger things now, so the pushback is farther. To touch on the plain things, I did some research on this myself too. We're just seeing a lot more reporting of the local news on a lot of these things that are going on planes that are making major news. You would be surprised that this is kind of common for a while. Although we've had a couple bigger ones that just are like 15 years since we've had a collusion. A lot of these things you see with the planes are more common than you think. We're just seeing a lot more reporting on them on a mass scale.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. And I see the comments. Dennis Calhoun said Bill Clinton did it by passing laws and through attrition. So he didn't just go in there and wipe people out, is what he said.
No, it was an executive order. I'll give you the executive order if you'd like me to search it for you.
Well, it's going to have to be many executive orders because that's what
it's
Trump
the same
is
thing
doing.
that we're doing with Doge. I think it was called the PRG, but I could be wrong. I could have two of them off wrong, but I think it's called the PRG. That it's literally an executive order that implemented the scaling down of the government and removing of programs, and they did the exact same thing that we're doing now.
Well, the thing about it is, I would have to. It's certainly an interesting topic. I would like to look it up and see what the comparisons are between. Because I don't remember I was a younger man. I wasn't as into politics as much as I am now. So I remember pushback against Clinton, but I don't remember it being as bad as it sounds like now. But you didn't have 24-hour cable outlets and news. You didn't have us all on social media.
Yes, I acknowledge it. And your Triven man in your comments got a good point. He said Clinton did it over a 7-year period, and he did. And this is going to be over a period too. And a lot of these jobs you're talking about buying are buyouts anyway. They're taking the deals. They're buying out and leaving voluntarily by taking the settlement money. So you got to add that percentage into a lot of these jobs too.
Well,
but I want to touch on this one thing, but I don't want to get far on it because I'm of a Caucasian skin color, so I don't think I have I should speak fully on this.
You don't have to be black to speak on a black topic on this show. What you got?
You don't, but on some. All right, so here's what I think. A lot of my black friends and I've heard this said a lot. I think Black History Month is an insult to black people.
Damn.
Because black people are American history. Why don't you have it 12 months of the year? Because you are American history. That seclusion thing of people, I think, keeps that divide sometimes. And I hear many
here's the problem,
and I
though.
share that opinion.
Here's the problem, though. When Black History Month came around, they weren't acknowledging black people at all. So if black people said what you said, we are American, we should be acknowledged all 12 months, I think the pushback would have even been greater than the 1 month. Because they were not acknowledging black people at all. In fact, there's still a large portion of white America that does not acknowledge Black History Month, even the 1 month. So what you're talking about is significantly greater. If they won't even acknowledge during the 1 month, they damn sure ain't gonna do it on 12.
And I promise you, it's not my opinion. And I got this presented to me from a black person, and for me to even look at it through this perspective. And it made sense to me. It's like, that's an insult to say I only get a month out of the year. I am the history.
Yeah,
of
but you
country.
gotta.
Why do you only give me a month?
Well, I agree with your notion that's an insult, but you have to understand America was designed in an insulting way to black people. It was meant to be insulting. They didn't think we were equal. So when you're talking about we should be treated like Americans and be observed all 12 months, if they're fighting to give you 1 month and you're coming back and saying, well, they should get all 12, shit, they gonna you liable to end up like paste pecani sauce. Get a rope. That ain't gonna happen. We can't even get 1. You come on 12. That ain't gonna happen.
I just wanted to touch on that. That was just a different perspective that was brought to me.
Yeah.
It was brought to me.
Well, tell them exactly what I said. If they don't want to give you 1, you ain't gonna get 12.
One of the other questions you kept asking, and the other gentleman that you had, the one gentleman that was younger that kind of got some things right, but he was off on a lot when he was talking about the inflation and the definitions and all that stuff. He was kind of right. They did change the definition of when we used to use 2 quarters as a qualifier that was the significant qualifier with others, but that qualified 2.
Oh, you mean for recession? For recession.
For recession. And so we did change that. So there's not been an official recession, but there's plenty that argue on both sides. And yes, we are. In the private market, he was wrong. There's not a private market recession, but what there is a decline, and there's not much growth in the private market as far as jobs and growth there. Most of the growth in our jobs and the growth has been in the federal side of employees. That's what he was talking about on the private side. We are seeing a downscale in the private side.
Let me ask you this now with Trump, because Trump is our president now. Now, he promised to do a lot of things really quick that has not materialized, and people are saying, well, you got to give him time. And the pushback is he didn't ask for time. He said he could do it on day 1 and all this stuff. But my question is this. How long, in your opinion, should he get in regards to lowering the price of eggs, lowering grocery, lowering inflation before people start saying, huh?
Fair question. Absolutely a fair question. Trump put himself in this bubble to get the ridicule that he's getting for it because he knew out the gate that he couldn't stop the war in one day. You know what I'm saying? So I don't push back when people push about the eggs because he set the stage for that ridicule, for that for questioning that so soon. He did set the stage for that. But I never thought he would. I just don't think that's what you say.
So you knew he was lying, in other words. When he said he could do that stuff on day one.
I call it the same thing he does. I call it, he exaggerates everything, and I don't call it lying because everything backs down. That's a whole other subject.
So, but wait. What is in your opinion, because you said you call it exaggeration, you don't call it a lie. If you say you can end the war in 24 hours and that's an exaggeration in your opinion, what is the difference between an exaggeration and a lie?
Well, because first that's his opinion, because you can't, he's assuming it best, so you can't have a fact or not fact in an assumption in the first place. So to call it a lie, it means that you knew that you could not do it, had unequivocal evidence you didn't, and you told people you didn't. So it's an opinion at best when it's coming out of his mouth in the first place. I'm telling you I can without saying I think I can, saying I can as a positive.
So then
he could have changed that and said, I think I can in one day. It means exactly the same thing almost.
So then when Biden said he was not going to pardon Hunter Biden, he was exaggerating, he wasn't lying?
At the time he said that, I feel like he was being truthful.
Okay, that's I've never interpreted it that way. That's a different take on it.
And then the other main question you was asking, you said, if everything's going so good and where's all these big things that he's doing? And we can agree it's 3 weeks, you can't expect much, but we can talk about a lot of the things that he has done. So we can see that the Prime Minister of Japan come and visited, and we have a $100 billion trade deficit with them. Well, they worked out a deal that Japan's going to buy natural gas and oil for us and work on that deficit and offset that deficit through that kind of trade. We also had the president of Jordan come because he says this ridiculous stuff about Gaza. And here's why he does this, Chip. You're a smart man. You've got to figure this out. A lot of stuff gets talked about, but then it gets brushed under the rug and nothing ever really gets done. There's no results. When you say something outrageous, it makes people think, what's this guy fixing to do? Like, he's fixing to come by Gaza and build it up? Like, are you nuts? But they think he just might. And then they start having conversations. That region can come together, and the idea that he has of creating a big, beautiful, big city for everybody and tourists around the world could be fabulous for that region.
No, it's not. Wait, hold on. If you take the Palestinian people and kick them out of their homes and they can't come back, how is that great for that region? It's not great for them.
Again, without going down the weeds of it, and I would agree with you, and that's a whole nother complete topic. I'm saying as a whole, he started a conversation where the regions around Egypt, Jordan, Israel, Palestinian, everybody says, look, we have rubble. What do we do going forwards now? Because this guy's coming here talking about buying it all the hell up. We better figure it the fuck out.
I don't get how that's even remotely positive. You're telling them they can never come home again. You're sitting there on TV.
That's not true, though. He didn't say that.
What did he say?
He did. That's just a talking point media. He clearly has said it multiple times. Asking countries to take them while you rebuild it, and them help rebuild back and go back to Palestine. He didn't say they can't. Literally, it's just not true.
I'm pretty sure he said that. You sure?
You can watch. He's clarified it way more times, and Trump says a lot of things. And I can't say that he's not ever said it once because it's possible, but I still don't think he did because I haven't heard it. But I clearly have heard him say it multiple times as of just yesterday.
Okay, well,
so,
I want
to. That's a whole other subject. I got a whole proposal. I'd love to show you that on that whole situation one day.
Yeah, but okay. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I get, because I thought I heard him say that, and maybe I'm wrong. Let me see.
Over the Gaza Strip, the United States would view it as a real estate transaction.
Committed to buying and owning Gaza.
Think of it as a real estate development for the future.
Donald Trump has doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on his plan.
This ain't what I'm looking for. He spoke with Brett Baer of Fox News, and I thought he said that to him.
Now it'll be years before you could ever. It's not habitable.
In fresh clips from an interview with.
Go ahead. This ain't what I'm looking for.
Okay. It is. It kind of, because here's what it got. The clip you're talking about that you've heard read up, took it out of context, out of that conversation right there when he's talking about the rebuild that people are going to have to be out to rebuild. And that's where they spliced that clip in there. He's been clear about it. He's already clarified that already. He clarified it with the president of Jordan the other day.
So when okay, how do you if he's asked, can they come back and he says no? How is that taken out of context?
Do what?
If he is asked, can the Palestinians return, and he says no, how is that taken out of context?
Because you ask that question, and then you skip to the video. There's a period of time where you can't, and use another clip that says can't. Because he does not say they can't return. He does not say remove Palestinians from Gaza Strip, rebuild it, and they can never come back to there again. He does not say that, Tim. He just doesn't.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, but I'm pretty sure I saw a clip that said otherwise, that said he couldn't come back. And
you see the clip? You see the splice clip?
No, it was a whole interview. It was a whole interview with Brett Baer of Fox News. And for some reason, I can't find it. I don't know if, because Fox News had it out there.
So in my opinion, the great things that I think you can see being done. Oh, here's the one thing. You started your show off with before you brought any guest, and it was an unfair thing. And I was quite like, wow, Tim, you surprised me on this one because you're usually down the middle, balls and strikes guy. And you said, do you think it's fair that the administration and the Trump team is having the negotiations with Russia and leaving Ukraine out of the whole conversation?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go back to that. Well, that's just factually false. Because Friday, he's got an entire team in Ukraine, Marco Rubio, Vance, the vice president, in Ukraine, talking to Zelensky. The only conversation that's been going on with Putin have been over on the phone. The actual meetings that are going on have been in Ukraine with Zelensky.
We'll build safe communities a little bit away from where they are, where all of this dangerous.
That ain't what they're saying. What you're saying, I have not heard Zelensky, I have not heard the news report say that. They're talking to Russia already. They have not talked to the Ukraine yet. So I haven't heard it the way you're saying.
Marco Rubio and Vance have an entire team. There's like 4 people going up, have been talked.
Here's the difference. Trump is talking to Putin. Zelensky gets Rubio and Vance. Why is that?
As his team.
But
why
Putin,
would Trump fly into Ukraine or Russia right now?
I'm just simply saying, why does Putin get the president?
I'm answering to you why. Why would Trump fly in?
You don't need to fly. You can make a phone call.
Well, he is making phone calls. You act like he's not talking to Zelensky. He just said yesterday. He just talked to him yesterday on television. Just talked to Zelensky yesterday. He said it literally. He clearly said he has clearly talked to Zelensky. Zelensky is ready to make a deal. He has talked to Putin. Putin is ready to negotiate, and he said he trusts him on this one. He's making no reserve. He wants a negotiation. He's tired of losing soldiers. He just said it on national television.
Any idea when he was asked if he sees the Ukraine as equal in the deal between the two, he wouldn't answer that?
Do what?
He was asked if he sees the Ukrainians as equal to the Russians in regards to the whole conversations we're talking about, and he wouldn't answer that.
I think that was smart not to answer that. Why would a leader answer that question?
You're going to negotiate on both of their. Go ahead. Say that again.
It's a trick question.
How is it a trick? Just say yeah. They're both equal. How's that a trick question?
They're not both equal. They're not both equal. Let's just be real. They're not both equal. How the hell is Ukraine and Russia equal?
If you're talking about making a deal with them, you're telling me.
Is Ukraine and America equal?
What?
Is Ukraine and America equal?
Depends on what in what relation.
The same this. There's no difference. They're not equal. I mean, the negotiations to negotiate. I mean, how the negotiations work out will work out. But to say that
here's what I'm talking about.
You view Ukraine as an part of this peace process.
Now, she asked him, do you view the Ukraine as equal in the peace process? I'll play it again, and you can hear his answer.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Now he's being asked, do you view them as equal in the peace process? And that's the answer he gives. How do you view that?
Yeah, I think it's a typical political answer. It's a politician's safe answer. It's a safe answer.
If you're Ukraine, how do you view that?
Because you're negotiating, you're trying to negotiate with deals. And if the part of the negotiation needs to appear like you're stroking one side or the other to make the deal happen, you just don't throw that. That's the part that gets me.
I don't know.
Strategic thing.
Here's what I don't get. Okay, first of all,
and it's an interesting question on top of it.
Well, here's what I don't get. Now you're being asked. Shit. You're being asked if you view me as equal in the peace process. You're not answering that. You're speaking directly to the leader of Russia, my adversaries. But I get Marco Rubio in your vice president. You're not even treating me as equal. I mean, they can see that.
Wait a minute. Actually, you're getting treated with more because you're getting because he is talking to Zelensky on the phone. So you're the same as he's talking to Putin. So you're getting the president and you're getting an entire team come to you. Putin isn't getting the whole team come to him. He gets a conversation with Trump only. Zelensky gets a conversation with Trump and a team. So
Putin has wait. That's actually not true. Putin has seen Trump. Even before Trump became president, Putin was still in contact with Trump during the offseason. They've been seeing each other.
They've not had physical contact with each other.
I don't think that's true. I think they have. Either Trump's been to Russia. They have seen each other. And by the way, they asked Trump, when is the last time you talked to Putin? When is the last time you see? He won't even answer it.
Yes, he did. He just got asked the other night. He actually literally had a whole conversation about their conversations with each of them on the phone.
Okay, you said last night.
He's on TV almost every night. He's sitting there signing.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's the problem is he's on TV every night saying a whole bunch of shit.
Hold on, wait a minute. You can't tell me this. Now, hold on. You got to say it. You may not like what comes out of his mouth, but at least he's there every day and you're getting to see what the hell's going on instead of not knowing and someone sitting there with nothing and can't do press conferences for 300 days.
I'll give you total credit for that. I do like the fact that he's on TV talking to the people, but unfortunately, sometimes that leaves him open for being caught in lies because he does talk so much.
Correct. But the good things is that we literally I didn't just vote for a Republican. I want you to notice when I voted for Donald Trump. I voted for Democrats too because I voted for RFK. I voted for Tulsi Gabbard. I voted for these kinds of things because I seen a cabinet that was mixed pretty well that I like. I'm a fan of RFK because I know his belief on children and getting our children healthy in this country. It's been a lifelong thing. And I'm passionate about the nutrition industry and the poisoning of our government and the corruption in the FDA. I think that's one of the best things Trump's done as in office to appoint that man and get that man in Congress.
Yeah, but you're also you're taking, it kind of reminds me of the old Facts of Life song. You take the good, you take them bad, you take them both. And then you had the Facts of Life. You're taking the good things that Kennedy has said, but you're not noting the bad thing. I mean, the guy said some pretty wild shit. I mean, about vaccines and things like that. He's also said a whole bunch of bad. I mean, like right now we got a measles outbreak in Texas. Now he's anti-vax.
No, he's not anti-vax, and here's why. If you watched it, did you watch the confirmation hearings, Tim? Did you?
That don't tell me shit. They've had this. Hold on. They've had this opinion for. Hold on. They've had this opinion for years, and then when it comes time to get confirmed, all of a sudden their opinion changes. Just like Pete Hegseth suddenly wanted women in combat. I don't buy it. We've seen what the Supreme Court did about abortion rights.
That wasn't what I was referring to. I also had the same concerns you had about the statements he made in vaccines. I watched the hearings just to hear because I knew that he was going to get bombarded with it. I wanted to hear what he responded to. And he's not that he's anti-vax. He's anti-vax about certain things and certain vaxes, and he's outspoken about them and why. And it's some things that are tried, true, and tested. Has the man said ridiculous things? I think everyone has. Not one politician has. But at the end of the day, the things that he's going after, that he says he's going after, I agree with. For me as a voter, for me as my kids and my grandchildren, I think Tulsi Gabbard will do great for our country. I think the intelligence agency is one of the biggest problems with propaganda and the narrative and the link to the media of why we are at where we're at in this country in the first place, that we no longer care to even turn the TV on to see the news, because all of us are tired of hearing something on the news, go to the opposite channel to see what they say, find something in the middle, and then cross-reference it 3 times, and are still left with "I'm not sure." And
go ahead.
Our intelligence across the board plays a large freaking role in that. It just does.
All right, fair enough. I got to move it on, Puff Puff.
All right, brother.
Good talk.
Be good, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, folks, tap the screen. I wanted to try another clip out. I thought might be interesting. This is This is comparing. This is a before and after quick clip of Kennedy. And it's in relation to what we just talked about. Me and my last caller just spoke on it. Once again, a lot of these clips I'm playing, I have never heard it, so I'm hearing this for the first time along with many of you.
I have never been anti-vax. I have never told the public avoid vaccination. I see somebody on a hiking trail carrying a little baby, and I said, "I'm better not get him vaccinated." And he heard that from me. If he hears it from 10 other people, maybe he won't do it. Maybe he will save that child.
Yeah, he's clearly saying, he's clearly flip-flopping on that. And that's what I was trying to tell my last caller, is that what they say at confirmation hearings, you gotta take with a grain of salt, because like I said, Pete Hegseth was against women in combat, and then to get confirmed, suddenly he was okay with it. We see what the Supreme Court did in regards to rolling back Roe versus Wade. They made totally adverse statements to how they really felt. So if you just take what they said at the confirmation hearings, I understand they want the job. So they're going to say whatever it takes to get the job. But then you go back through their history and you're like, the way you've been living your life doesn't measure up to what you're saying now. So I'm not saying people can't change their mind, but I do not believe the confirmation hearing should be the know-all, end-all. Now, I'm not saying my last caller was saying that, but I did want to bring that up. Look at it in the comments, though. Which Roe versus Wade is protected under the 9th Amendment? Is Roe versus Wade protected under the 9th Amendment? I'm not aware that a woman's right to choose is an actual right. Let me know. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. I'm not aware it was an actual right. I thought it was a privilege, and they've taken that privilege away from women. But let me know if it's an actual right. I've never heard that before. Looking in the comments, Chippity clip Tim, just like CNN, says Draco. Look. Vote for me, you ain't black was all over right-wing media. That's a fucking clip. That's a clip. All of the times Joe Biden was falling down, those are clips. All of a sudden, when it come to Trump, I don't want a clip. I want a 2-hour speech anytime Trump speaks. You don't do it with nobody else. So, it's a clip. Looking in the comments, Trump just signed a bill with women all around him. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I'm sure he signed bills with Hispanics all around him. Signed bills with black people all around him. That don't mean that's how they want to vote. You could be a slave owner and get a bunch of black people to hang around you. There are people who go against their own interests. I hate to say it, but people do that. There are plenty of people out there who will go against their own interests. The people's president, says Paul Salce. Donald Trump, the people's president. Let me go back to the box. We'll try it again with, I think it's Richard Cruz's. I saw him holding on. He sued CBS about Kamala and Fox, did the same thing when he was in the barbershop. To me, the lawsuit that Trump is those lawsuits he's winning. He won one with the Disney network as well. And because he won one where George Stephanopoulos of ABC News, ABC and Disney is the same thing. Disney, I think the ABC network is a subsidiary of Walt Disney Inc. or whatever, but he won a few $1,000,000 from Disney because George Stephanopoulos on his program was calling Trump a rapist as opposed to saying he got convicted of sexual assault. I guess there's some kind of difference there, but so they had to pay some money. And then, of course, they're suing CBS because they apparently edited a Kamala Harris video. And folks are suggesting that that shows how crooked the media is. My opinion on it is slightly different. My opinion is this. Sometimes it's better to make shit go away than to fight it and cause more damage during the process of the fight. And I do believe that CBS and some of these networks, as opposed to letting Trump trash them at every rally, every time a microphone is put before their faces, let them celebrate a perceived victory of getting a few $1,000,000 and make it go away. I think that certainly in the case of CBS, I've seen the video, the edited version and the unedited version. I don't think he would win hardly anything off of that. In fact, most of the legal eagles say the same thing. I think they're just settling to shut him up because his rhetoric is dangerous. His rhetoric has power. And he's going to be in front of the cameras every day saying that shit. So, just to shut things up and move on. You know, the perfect example, Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick taking a knee. A lot of folks, just to shut the BLM and the Colin Kaepernicks up of the world, to shut them up, just pay them a little bit of money to make them go away. And I think that's what's happening with CBS. Just to shut Trump up, just give him the $15 million. It's not going to hurt us, as opposed to the damage he may do to our network. And now that he has the power of government behind him, shit, he might start fucking around with the FCC and causing all kinds of other problems for television networks. So just give him the $15 million or whatever the hell he's asking for and make him go away. I do believe that has something to do with it. Looking in the comments, let me continue on. We'll try it with Kyle on Instagram. The Attorney General's fired were biased, which is not okay when you're in that position. Well, saying they're biased is going to be an opinion as well. Kyle, good evening.
Good evening. I was wanting to say.
Okay, hang on a second. I'll just hit something. I'm trying to turn the volume up.
Out of Louisville, Kentucky. I feel that a lot of people don't understand what happened, and you know, they're blaming Trump for a lot of things that really couldn't be helped. So when we're flying, we have obviously our altimeter that tells the pilots the altitude of the plane. Mm-hmm. We also have transponders on the plane that allow them to relay to ATC, which is the air traffic controllers, their positioning and their altitude. These guys that were flying these military helicopters, they were inaccurate on their altimeter settings. So when we go into a city, such as what they were, which is called a Bravo, we have certain altitudes that we can fly at because...
Hold on, hang on. Now, I cut you off the first few seconds. What was your credentials again?
I'm a pilot out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, all right. I thought I heard you say that. Keep going.
Yeah. So this transponder allows them to be able to tell the positioning of the helicopter relative to the airport and to their flight path for the bigger jets. Obviously, when they're taking off, it's a lot harder for a bigger jet to maneuver and get out of the way of something like a helicopter. And I didn't agree with anybody blaming Trump because we've been short-staffed with ATC for years. That's not saying that that's a good thing, obviously, but it surely doesn't help the fact. But when you have a pilot that's flying basically under the radar, you would say, because they have each helicopter like that has a switch that allows them to be seen or not seen by ATC when they're in like combat situations.
But what about the notion, okay, you're admitting you're short-staffed and he's firing people while you're short-staffed. That doesn't have any effects at all?
Well, you see, I think that you're looking at it at a point of view that you're not realizing that ATC agents are a little different than the FAA. Sure, they go through training with the FAA. They do work for the FAA. But that's a whole different ballpark than the guys sitting in the offices making the decisions.
But what about the notion that he's firing FAA agents? I mean, ATC agents. Is he firing air traffic controllers?
No, he's not firing air traffic controllers. That's not part of the firing that's going on. If he was, that would be a totally different scenario.
Okay, I want you to. I played this clip earlier. I want to get your opinion on this. This one is a quick 20-something seconds, but it's from a Chicago affiliate, and it's talking about what we're discussing. And I got to get my audio back on. Hang on a second here, because I want to get your opinion on this.
The Trump administration is also working to downsize the FAA. The union workers said hundreds of probationary employees who maintain critical services with air traffic control are being let go. Many of the workers install, inspect, and maintain air traffic control communications, radio, and computer systems. The move comes less than 3 weeks after a mid-air collision near the Capitol killed 67 people.
None of that makes any difference at all?
So I think what she's saying is they're playing it a little differently so that you can think that they're firing air traffic controllers, but they're really firing the people that, we'll say IT behind the air traffic control. I'm sure you're aware from any company that you've ever worked for, there's a bunch of people that work in IT. There's a bunch of people that don't necessarily do a thing in IT. Those kind of people need to be fired. They're not needed. You also have managers that are above other managers that are not needed. I think the guys on the ground, the ATC guys that are actually communicating with the planes, they're not the ones that are being fired. They've had a mass hiring over the last couple of years of ATC agents that are specifically to work in those towers. I've never run into a situation where I'm not able to get a hold of an air traffic controller when I need to. Those pilots were keying mics when, you could only key a mic on an airplane one right after the other, meaning either the pilot can key his mic and talk or the air traffic controller can. And when you're keying them at the same time, all you hear is buzzing.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you something, because this is something Trump came out and said, a little bit more than 24 hours after the crash. He's talked about DEI. Do you have a huge issue with DEI in that industry?
So I love the question behind that, because a lot of people don't understand what that has to do with airline pilots. So when we take our pilots test, we'll say each stage of your testing is recorded by the FAA. It's recorded by companies. Like if you were to go fly for Delta, for example, they might hire the guy that has one failed check ride over the guy that has 7. Under the DEI program, that doesn't allow that to happen. That allows female pilots or people of color or whatever the DEI needs at that point in time. It allows them to be the guy that has the 7, failed check rides, but he ended up passing it the 8th time, and then that guy gets a job before the guy that failed it one time because he might be a white male. And then you've got people that obviously don't know their stuff if they're failing check rides 8 times before they end up passing it. And then you've got, a situation where you've got an unskilled pilot, you've got somebody who may be good at taking a test, but obviously wasn't good at the actual knowledge itself of flying. And then, you get into dangerous situations like that.
Now, does this ever happen in a beneficial way for white males? Now, we talking about it might be beneficial to women, beneficial to people of color. Like, is there things happening in that industry that might be beneficial from a standpoint of white males? Like maybe you can get this job because your father was in the industry, or some, nepotism or French. I mean, does that happen at all?
Well, flying is expensive, obviously, and anybody who has a economical advantage, I'll say, is definitely in that field going to pursue their career in a faster track than somebody who doesn't. They make it very hard to get into aviation without any sort of money background. I know myself, I didn't have a lot growing up, and I know that aviation hasn't been easy.
What do you fly, by the way? What do you fly?
I fly all sorts of planes, mostly just private planes and stuff like that. But
single engine?
Single engine, multi-engine. We're down here in Louisville at Bowman Field. It's a really great airport. But but yeah, I don't think it's necessarily for like white men or or even men in general. I think it's just a economical advantage for certain pilots, and I think that we need to look at those passing of those check rides before we look at whether somebody's a female, before we hire them. I think if somebody fails 1 out of 3 check rides, they deserve the spot over somebody who failed 3 out of 4.
Yeah. Well, like you mentioned, though, finance plays a part. So if you got money, you're going to go to the better schools, you're going to be better educated, and you probably will have less stumbles and falls than somebody who had to struggle and put pennies together, take out loans, and struggle their way through. I mean, like, for instance, I know when I went to school, I couldn't afford to just go to school. I had to go to work and pay attention to my job as well. Whereas a lot of folks may be wealthy enough that they don't have to go to work at a job while they're going to school, and they can solely focus on their education. Poor people don't get that particular privilege. You got to work and you got to go to school. So that's going to affect your grades and things like that. So I get what you're saying. Money makes a difference. And it's probably going to make a difference in regards to how many times you're failing all them other hurdles.
So with what you said, if I have an economical disadvantage or any sort of disadvantage when going for any sort of career, is it my duty as a person to prove myself in that field, or is it, this guy is disadvantaged and I have to hire him because of that? Do I necessarily deserve that position because I'm just disadvantaged, or do I deserve it because I'm actually educated and was able to work my way through the system and prove that I deserved it?
No, but what you will create is a system where mostly wealthy folks and mostly white people will have all those jobs. If you don't do some sort of DEI, because that's what was there. DEI, keep in mind, for all of its issues with DEI and CRT and all the stuff people talk about, that stuff came up for a reason. There's a reason why they created DEI to begin with. It wasn't very diverse, equitable, or inclusive. They created it for that reason. It's because those are the only people that were getting through.
I think that you're going to have, downsides on both parts. Yeah, you might have a system that is catered to the economically, advanced people in our society. But, with aviation at least, are we willing to cater to that somebody's a female and that they might be more dangerous behind a plane just because?
But there's no history of that, though. If you look at the amount of crashes in America over the last, how long has DEI been around? You look at the amount of crashes and mishaps that have taken place since it's been around. Is there actual evidence to suggest it's mostly women and people of color and disabled? Are those the ones that are crashing? Or is there a healthy dose of white men going down too?
I'm not saying that it has anything to do with being a woman or being, of color that causes the plane crashes. I'm saying that the people who are undeserving of those positions that might have failed 3 or 4 check rides, those are the people that are more dangerous behind planes. Yeah,
but they're not the ones that are actually crashing and being involved in the mishaps. To be honest with you, it's still probably mostly white men.
There's always been somebody who, I would even go as far as to say is at least 8 or 9 out of 10 is somebody who is less educated than the others. They might have failed more check rides, which proves that they didn't know their stuff and they didn't take it as seriously as the guy who passed it his first time around. And I don't think, aviation has anything to do with,
To me, this would make a lot more sense to have this outrage over if there was a huge example of women and people of color being involved in aircraft mishaps. But to be honest with you, when you see an aircraft mishap and you finally see who the pilot was that died, it's a white dude. Whether it's a small single engine aircraft or some big jet, it's usually a white dude that was flying it.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not necessarily like I was using the women thing as an example, but that's just saying, like, because some companies do that say, hey, we have to hire her because, we need more women, or we need more colored people or more Asians or whatever it is. And they don't look at their credentials as much as they look at, we need to diversify,
Yeah. And I understand your point. I'm just saying this would make a lot more sense if we were saying that DEI is making the aircraft industry unsafe, and there was actual evidence where these people were causing safety concerns, but they're not. We're just saying that, well, DEI doesn't need to be around because it's going to make people less safe. But DEI has been around, and we don't have any evidence of lack of safety because of them. I mean, it's not based on anything. It's more based on what we perceive as dangerous. DEI has been around for a while. So if these people are coming in without the merit, then you should be able to easily show how they've committed a hell of a lot of safety violations. And the information is just not there.
I mean, I agree with that. I would say that the only ones I disagree with are the people that are getting those positions that have failed those check rides multiple times, whether it be a white man or a woman or whoever. Those are the things that we need to turn away from. If somebody isn't qualifying for that position or is proven to be more unsafe than another individual, which if I go in there and take a test and I know more of my stuff than you do, and I get a better GPA in school, I'm obviously going to have and should have the higher ability to get that job than somebody else.
Right. I don't argue with that. Yeah, I got to move it on. I'm not arguing what you're saying. I'm just simply saying we're talking about how unsafe DEI is making the industry, and yet DEI has been around for years, and we don't have any data to show that people were less safe. I mean, there's plenty of alleged DEI people out in the industry, and we don't have any data to show how they made things unsafe or how there were safety violations among any of these people. So it doesn't sound like it's actually based on anything, but as one of my viewers says, DEI makes people feel unsafe. That's what it really sounds like, because there should be plenty of data considering how long DEI has been around. I'll give you the last word.
I just want to say, I think that when we're talking about DEI, that we need to really understand why people don't like DEI, and that's just because if me and you're a colored man, I'm a white guy. If we both go into the same field, I really believe that the whole issue behind DEI is the fact that if we're both equally qualified, we should both have an equal opportunity to get that job. Yeah. They shouldn't look at you and say, we're going to give him the job over the white guy because we need to diversify. You
do realize before DEI became a thing, I was never going to get a job over you in the aircraft industry, right? You do understand that, right?
I don't believe that. I really don't. I think they've always looked at qualifications more.
So the fact that the aircraft industry or the airline industry is overwhelmingly white, that just happened by chance.
No, I think that happened by generational wealth, as well as, a lot of people in the aviation field are grandfathered in, or not grandfathered in, but their grandfathers had done that.
How is that not DEI? If you're getting in because of your grandfather, that's not merit. How is that not DEI?
I don't mean they're getting in because they're their grandfather. I just mean that they're following in the footsteps of their.
They're getting in. They're getting in. Yeah, they're getting in. Not necessarily due to merit. They're getting in because you said wealth. They may be from the right family. They may know the right person. They are getting in due to some sort of privilege that I don't have.
I mean, you have the ability to go to any aircraft school out there.
Assuming the school lets me in.
There are many schools out there. You can do it. Aviation you can do through Part 61, which is you just go to the airport and you pay for your rental and you just do your schooling there at the airport. I don't think there's any disqualifying factor. They're not going to look at you and say you're a black man, I'm not going to go with you because of the color of your skin. I think it's very much to do with, yes, it's easier for these guys who have the wealth to be able to pay for the plane rental and to keep doing it. But if you finance it and do it the right way and you stick with it, you're going to get the same opportunities when you get out that any other one is, because the aviation industry has been at a deficit with workers for a long time. We need people every day in ATC. We need people that are pilots. We're over 63,000 pilots that we need in the United States right now. You're not going to have any problem getting a job at a company than I am. You know, I have to prove myself just as much as the next guy.
All right, fair enough. We don't totally agree on it. My guess is before DEI, I would have probably seen it a little bit different than you in terms of these schools letting me in and all that kind of stuff. You're saying that, in my opinion, DEI was created for a reason, and it's because things were not equal. It wasn't where if I had to mirror it and you had to mirror it, we both had an equal chance at the job. It was skewed in your favor. That's why DEI became a thing, is because I didn't have a fair shake.
Now, are we talking about DEI in the sense that, you know, if there's 100 white guys and there's 50 black guys, we should hire one black guy and 2 white guys because the numbers would add up that way? Or are we talking about DEI as, you know, if there's 50 black guys and 100 white guys, we just hire 2 of each?
I'm talking about when you go into business after business after business, and all of the upper echelon folks are all white, no matter whether it's a boardroom, whether it's the airline industry, everywhere you go, all of the dudes are white, and we're talking, well, that didn't happen by chance. I mean, the point is, you had a leg up. Somewhere along the line, maybe your education, maybe schools let you in so that you could easier get the merit that I cannot get, so that when I get to adulthood and they say, let's see who has the most merit, well, because your school was better or the school let you in and not let me in, I'm going to be at a disadvantage my whole life. This stuff starts pretty early. It starts pretty damn early. So the idea that when we both reach adulthood and we go apply for a job and they're talking about who got the best merit, your whole life they've been giving you advantages that I may have not had. That's why DEI was created. It never was fair.
See, that's where I would disagree. You know, I think it's more economical based than it is DEI based.
Why do you think when you say economical based? Why do you think people of color have less in terms of economics than white people? That wasn't fair either. The whole system was set to keep this group at a certain level. So they don't have the economics. They can't get into the school if the school lets them in. So then when they reach adulthood, they don't have the merit.
I would say years ago that was true. I would say in today's society, we'll say me, for example, I'm a poor white guy. I don't have any financial help from my parents. They're not rich by any means. And if you were from the same background that I was, I would argue that you had more of an advantage because the black-only scholarships to schools and stuff nowadays. I don't have a scholarship specifically for me that I can go apply for just because I'm a white guy. You know, I would argue that, you know, any advancement in education that people get out there is strictly economically based.
I'd trade places with you any day. I got to move it on. You're always welcome back. Thanks for coming through, man.
Thank you.
Hey, go ahead and drop down. Thanks for coming through, though. Go ahead and drop out, and I'll move the program on. Looking in the comments, yeah, I definitely believe that there is certain privilege, but my last caller disagreed. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, well, so was crack epidemic and preventative detention. I don't know what you mean there, BKH. DEI was created to lower the standards needed for the job and hire off of skin color. You know, I keep bringing up, you know, when it comes to DEI or hiring people that don't have the merit, this didn't used to be a problem when it was being done for white people. I just gotta be honest with you. Like, for instance, as I just stated, we knew for most of America's history, the next Supreme Court justice was going to be a white dude. The next mayor of the town was going to be a white dude. Not a woman, just we knew it was going to be a dude, a white man. You knew the next high school principal was going to be a white dude. You think all of that was just due to merit, huh? You don't think they were literally gaming the system? Now all of a sudden, well, you know, they're giving extra to people of color or they're giving extra to women. It's wrong now. It didn't used to be a problem when you turned on the television and you didn't really see people of color at all. Or you're watching an award show and nobody of color is getting the award, or all of the generals in the military. It didn't used to be a problem. All of a sudden, once people of color got in the game, now, oh my God, something's wrong. I mean, you don't think all of that stuff where most of the leadership and prominent positions in this country were all run by white people? You don't see DEI or lack of merit in that anywhere. I mean, we could talk about various military personnel that accomplished different things and feats. They didn't get their medals until after they were dead, or no recognition at all. You don't, they clearly have the merit, and they're still not getting their medals or their awards or anything until after they're dead. Because we want to portray as if one group of people are better. I mean, I don't understand how all of a sudden DEI has become an issue now. All of a sudden people of color, oh shit, this is wrong now. I mean, whether you're watching, the Oscars or you're watching the Grammys, and the first few decades ain't nobody black getting none of these awards. You don't think that none of the actors are people of color, nobody else, it's just all white people, huh? Nobody was saying anything about it until people of color started getting it. All right, looking in the comments, real quick, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 60,000. Yeah, the Tuskegee Airmen is one of them, where even the white guys were admitting, I don't even want to be protected in the skies. The bombers are like, we don't even want to be protected in the skies unless they're flying and doing it, because they were providing so much air cover for the bombers. But then all of a sudden the war is over and they don't really give them accolades at all. I mean, there's plenty of stories like that throughout the military of people of color that had more than enough merit. Some of them should have been awarded the Medal of Honor for some of the stuff they did. The highest awards they should have been getting. And none of them got it. Many of them didn't get it until after they were dead. You don't see any, whatever the reverse version of DEI was clearly in play there. Looking in the comments, in my hometown, minority resumes were literally thrown in the trash, and they found out. Says, yeah, like I said, this was not a problem until it started working for women and people of color. But most of our history, and that's what, like my last caller pointed out. I'll go back to the box, but like my last caller pointed out, people were complaining about DEI. And what I wanted to suggest to him is that really it's, at least in my observation, you guys can correct me where I may be wrong on this. I don't mind being corrected. I don't block, ban, or censor. But in my observation, there's only really one primary group of people complaining about DEI. And it's the folks that used to get those positions. You don't hear a whole lot of females, people of color, or disabled folks bitching about DEI. It's mostly white males. I'm just going to be honest with you. From what I've seen, maybe I'm wrong, but it's mostly white males. And I understand why. I totally understand. If I can go and apply for a position and only people like me can qualify, all of a sudden now I got to worry about women and, all these other folks can now qualify. My competition is much heavier. I don't like that. I like when I only had to compete against people that look like me. The competition is less. But now all of a sudden I got to take in consideration she might get this job. He might get this job. This dude in the wheelchair might get it. I didn't used to have to worry about them. I can totally understand. It makes legitimate sense to bitch about DEI. I can totally understand it. It's more competition. You didn't have to compete against all them people. Honey horse, easy fix. Take ethnicity away from applications. That alone will not do it. Because if you take ethnicity away from applications, then they can start using zip codes. If your name is LaQuisha, it's pretty obvious that you're not Chinese. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to figure it out. I'm just saying. You can figure it out sometimes about if you require that you take away ethnicity from applications, then I'll make sure I put in the application, what elementary school did you go to? That'll tell a lot. So you can ask questions to denote what race somebody is. I mean, you just start asking those kind of questions, and then you can finagle your way around the law requiring that the ethnicity not be on that application. There's ways around it. You can play the odds, and chances are, if you got an all-black elementary school, then you got a black applicant on your hands, or a high school that's mostly black. This is a black applicant. And then, of course, like I mentioned, during the 80s and 90s, it didn't help the African-American community when they picked all these back to Africa names. So that doesn't help either. I'm damn glad my name is Tim. It's helped me out. Dennis Calhoun says Clinton did it by passing laws. And I saw that already. I want to respond to a different super chat. I guess I just did. And by the way, tap the screen, get the likes up. Address and high school education gives a lot of information. Yeah. Your education, Abdullah and all of that shit, that helps out a lot. If you don't have a primary, if you don't just have a nice English name, it's pretty obvious, you start telling where people come from. All right, continuing on with the program, though. Michael, good evening, or welcome to the show, Mike. Now, I'm assuming you too, Mike, has probably heard a few things you disagree with. Good evening.
Hey, listen. Oh, what's going on, Tim?
Not much.
Man, there's so much nonsense that went on. First of all, we grew up. Listen, I'm going to start with the names. I'm going to start where you ended. Yeah, we grew up having to think about resume-ready names. Matter of fact, I've sat and watched it happen in my career. I've sat and watched a reject pile when all of us directors were in a room going through applicants, and I took everybody's reject pile. And 90% of the reject pile was a name of ethnicity, whether it was Asian, Black, it didn't matter. 80 to 90% of it. So I know exactly what the other person in the comments was saying. So that is real. But the funny thing is what your last two callers failed to when they were talking about the airlines, is what they failed to acknowledge was the left didn't bring up try to make excuses for Trump. Trump stood on that. He stood at that lecture and blamed it on DEI.
Yeah.
Nobody brought that up but him. He brought that up. So when they try to say it wasn't Trump's fault, but here's the thing, Tim, there can be downstream ramifications when maybe you didn't fire an air traffic controller, but maybe you fired someone that actually assists them or works to make their job easier, because that's exactly what happened. And he was getting rid of people today. Did you know that?
In what industry?
Like in the FAA. I'm looking at it right now because me and a dummy fancy whatever was in the comments. Probation workers were targeted last Friday. But the impacted workers today included FAA radar, landing, and navigational aid maintenance. That was today. Other FAA employees who were fired were working on an urgent and classified early warning radar system the Air Force had announced in 2023 for Hawaii to detect incoming cruise missiles through a program that was part funded by the Department of Defense.
Wow.
Those people were let go too. I just read it. That's an AP News. Okay? So what does that sound like? Not being ready in Hawaii. What does that sound like, Tim?
Pearl Harbor?
Okay, thank you. Listen, I'm just saying what they're trying to dismiss is a real thing, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about DEI, it wasn't the reason why they try to make it seem like we lowered the standards because unqualified people. That's absurd and it's offensive because that's not the standard.
Well, but I will say this. It would be a better or more legitimate argument because we've had enough DEI around where if it did make industry unsafe because people lack merit, there should be numbers in cases to present, and there's not.
There's none.
Yeah, like my last caller, you're in the airline industry. If everybody's unsafe, even in the police industry. Now, folks that say that, a female officer, for instance, she doesn't have the strength of a man, and you shouldn't have, a woman out there on the beat by herself. But when you look at the officers that do actually, corruption and beating people up, it's usually dudes, and often it's white dudes. So the thing about it is, even in the police industry, where people will say they're hiring women cops or they're hiring cops of color that don't have the merit, but the fuck ups aren't them. So
that's what I'm talking about, Tim. It's just an absurd argument for them to talk about DEI, but again, it's not new. They're demonizing these things to make excuses for the moves that they're making, because you got to remember who was the target of all these terminations from the beginning. When they were talking about it, they were talking about woke.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It wasn't about, they were talking about transgenders and woke. And woke was the target, and woke equals minorities, it equals women, it equals transgender. That's what it equals. But they're playing in our faces and making it seem like it's okay. Because DEI was to level the playing field for the qualifications. Like, if we're both qualified, Give me a shot to have the interview. You understand? Give me the opportunity to have the interview. It wasn't to lower the standard to get into the job. That's absurd. Because, hey, here's the thing. Nobody's asked for that. No one. Black folks have never said, let me in the door, even though I'm not qualified. That was never our mission. Our mission was, can I get to the door, please?
Yeah, some would argue the only way a black person gonna get in the door is he damn near got to be overqualified.
Well, we talked about this on your last slide, because that's what your parents told you, and I've never met your parents. Yep. They told you had to work twice as hard just to get in the door. So that's exactly what we're talking about. But let's get to this waste in this budget in this Doge nonsense.
Go.
$2 million. It costs $2 million per trip to Mar-a-Lago. $2 million. Every time Trump wants to go to Mar-a-Lago, it's over $2 million a trip, right? And there's a poll, and you can pull it up, how many times he's golfed or been back to Mar-a-Lago since he's been in office when they talk about waste.
Yeah, he's the cool dude in office, and as folks say, it makes Trump's antics makes it, folks proud to be an American. I don't think they care if he's wasteful. I think they believe that what he is doing makes the United States look good. It represents us in a positive light, makes us look heroic, or whatever the case may be. I don't think they care about Trump's waste.
So then they can't turn around and have an argument about how they're going in and finding all this waste. It's absurd.
He's excluded from it. He's excluded from it.
But here's the thing. He's excluded from it. So he's excluded from the fact that it costs Palm Beach County, where Mar-a-Lago is, $93,000 a day when he goes to town.
Damn.
Local. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. $93,000 a day is what it costs when he's in Mar-a-Lago. But again,
security and all that shit.
Tim, say again?
For security and all that shit?
Yeah, for security and all that stuff. And here's the thing. And there's a whole Secret Service detail. So when he did the little buzz around in Air Force One, you got drones in the sky. You got fighter jets in the sky. You have all these things that have to be in place every time he moves. Yeah. I told you, my brother-in-law used to be Secret Service. So I've been walked through the whole thing when I went to D.C. for Obama's inauguration. I was there. So, but again, and my brother-in-law walked me around and showed me all the things. Nothing classified, but just understanding all the moving parts.
Right.
You understand?
And there's a lot of them. I mean,
there was a ton of them. That was the first time in my life I saw a busy metropolitan street going east get shut down because they coming west.
Jeez.
Like literally, I was like, good God. Yeah. So again, that happens every time. So who is he really thinking about? So again, this is all smoke and mirrors. They bring up all these things. Let's go back to when you're the caller, Puff Puff Give, which is a really good name for him. It wasn't too bad, but you could tell that was some purple cushion. But when he talked about the deal with Japan, right?
Wait, say that again.
That deal with Japan, right?
Yeah.
That deal with Japan he was talking about. So that was on the table when Biden was in office, by the way. It was also a deal that Biden stopped and Trump was never in favor of. Okay. With Japan Nippon Steel, which Trump just kept calling Nissan, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that when he was on there talking about it. He kept calling, instead of saying Nippon Steel, he kept saying Nissan Steel. Go ahead and look it up.
I didn't see
that. Yeah. But he's sharp. He's sharp. But they do all of this, but these things that we're talking about weren't campaign promises. They were Project 2025 agenda promises, but they weren't campaign promises. All of this firing of these people, Tim, you cannot bet to understand how poorly or how people were performing this fast on this level, and they didn't do that. You can't do an audit this fast.
That's my opinion on it as well. If you're fired, I get that he's trying to get rid of government waste and things like that, and I applaud that. But yeah, you're firing people so damn fast, there's no way you could be doing proper analysis, because that's what happened with the nuclear scientists or engineers that he got rid of. And I think RFK also had to rehire some people they were about to fire. It's like, you're moving too quick. You guys are just, as Elon said, sometimes you got to delete whole departments. Well, verify this department is not needed before you delete it. So yeah, they are moving too fast in some of these cases.
Well, and then think about it this way. His supporters can't even set aside the fact that he's deleting departments that have been around through multiple presidencies, not Democrat or Republican. They've been around forever.
Yeah.
Now, we all know that there's probably some waste in any company, in any business. If you're looking at your books, the next person behind you could probably find things that they think need to be cut because they don't have the history.
Right.
But I personally, in my professional career, I've been through a $1 billion corporation audit for a publicly traded company, because you have to do them all the time once you're publicly traded. That's where all the insider trading and the Security Exchange Commission, all that stuff comes into play, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to audit against your former audit. That's how I know this is bullshit. You have to audit against the results of your former audit. Now all you're doing is doing mitigation.
Yeah,
That's how it
works, to me, the biggest issue is when you start firing people and entities that were investigating you, it looks suspicious. And that's what this is. A lot of Elon's companies were being, I think like 9 of them were being investigated. And most of the folks that are handling those investigations have been fired. That doesn't happen by coincidence.
100%. But they won't see it. They won't acknowledge it. They'll excuse it away like it's not a thing to fit their narrative, because they're so far down this Trump fluffer rabbit hole that they can't see.
You and the fluffer.
They just can't stop it. Like, listen, that guy that was up here that said his friend works for the government, voted for Trump. He's concerned.
That's crazy. Yeah, he said that.
But he also said, which I didn't believe, for his own narrative, that if his friend knew,
he would still vote for him.
That he still, I'm like, that's bullshit. That is 100% bullshit, because he didn't know, he didn't believe this would happen to him,
right?
Because they're extrapolating themselves from the impact of all of this.
I just believe in letting the people speak. But yeah, the notion that you would vote for Trump even if you knew he was going to fire you, that is hard to believe. I was on somebody else's live the other night, and they were telling me that they would be okay with getting fired if Trump was going to fix the economy. If it cost my job, didn't do it. I'm like, Americans ain't about sacrifice like that. You're going to throw your own job away because he's going to fix the economy, so you're okay with being potentially homeless because at the end of the day, the economy will be better. I thought that was crazy.
Well, and first of all, Tim, you wouldn't accept it. It's just crazy. Yeah, it's crazy because, first of all, he's firing you for no cause. Just say that, because they haven't established anything. So you're okay with saying, before you go to the ballot, hey, he's probably going to fire you.
Yeah,
for no cause.
Yeah,
you're still going to walk in the booth and vote for him. But that's where you can't get too far with these conversations because they're so disingenuous. It's just crazy because that's not what's going on. These audits, this waste, this DEI, all of that is just blatantly in Project 2025, and they fail to acknowledge it. This is insane. And the crazy part is you got to fact check so many things real time because they throw so much shit at you. Like, they're just bouncing all around. This whole Doge website where Elon Musk is on the cover of it looking like the Terminator. Did you see that?
No,
with the black leather jacket on, with the black. Type dogegov.com and you'll see a website out there. And he's looking like the damn Terminator with a gold chain around his neck with a black leather jacket on. I'm like,
well, that's what he's doing. I get the actual stuff. I don't get a picture of Elon. This is Doge.gov. So there's no picture of him here.
No, well, there's two. You got dogegov.com.
Oh, okay. And that says can't be reached. Dogegov.
Dogegov.
Oh, I put .gov. Okay, dogegov.com. Why would somebody name a site Doge?
Or you said put this. Show people what we're looking at, Tim.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the screen, folks. He does look like the Terminator. I can't get my damn machine is acting funny here.
That looks like the Terminator's rap album cover.
Yeah, he does look like the Terminator.
Yeah, so we just got to do a better job of fact checking this stuff real time because it's just crazy as hell. And the last thing before I go, well, two things. Everybody tap the stream. Let's get Tim up to 100,000.
Whoa, that would be nice. That would be nice.
There's 451 people in here. We can get Tim up to 100,000 in the next 10 minutes. No problem. Tap the screen, share the live. Make sure we get Tim up. That's too many people not to have him up to 100,000.
And real quick before you go to that second one, Melissa Lewis, thank you for the super chat. Ask, please, how can I call in? We're on Instagram and we're also on TikTok. So for my YouTube viewers, if you want to actually bring up, we'll bring you right up. But if you want to be on the audio portion where you're actually speaking directly for everybody to hear you, come on Instagram or TikTok. The Handsome Liberal are the pages. Give me your second one there, Mike.
Okay, this is my last one, and then I'm gone. Because I really want to hear my girl Andy while I go start cooking dinner. What's going on between Russia and Ukraine is terrible. Because what he's doing, and I know they were trying to excuse it away, if you wanted to show Ukraine and Zelensky that they mattered, you would address them directly as the president of the United States.
That's what I thought. Bring it, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance. Everybody knows that Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, essentially in the Trump administration, has no power. I mean, look, Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance, speaking of Zelensky, he already knows you guys can't approve shit. Why don't you just give me the big guy? Because that's all you gonna do is pass to him what I want. You guys have no unilateral power on your own.
Zero.
Yeah, so why even send me this? Why even come see me? I want to talk to him the same way Putin did.
Well, and again, if we're wrong, then why is Zelensky responding to it the way he is? Right. By reaching out to the UK and saying, hey, you know, you see what's going on. They ain't even talking to me directly no more. I'm not even in the room.
Yeah.
That's like going through it. That's like going through a divorce and your ex and her attorney is in the room, and then your attorney goes and don't tell you.
Like, well, he can. I'm sure Zelensky can also see
here.
Yeah, I'm sure he can also see a huge difference between when Biden was in there, who was talking to him, versus Trump sitting, letting you talk to his aides and shit like that. I mean, he can see the difference in that.
100% he can see the difference in that. Just like the Palestinians and Gaza understand when he talks about ethnic cleansing, that doesn't mean we're coming back. I mean, people need to stop making this shit up like these lives, like people's lives are not mattering and like it's not impacting people real time. There are real lives being impacted as we speak, and you're starting to hear people even on your live today talk about a friend that's worried about his job, but he voted for the very thing, and all he had to do was read a little. That's it. All he had to do was go read a little and use a little common sense that most people use every day. The one thing about Black history, and then I'm gone. It's funny how they don't think that there should be recognition of Black history, right? And so I say to anyone that doesn't believe that history, you know, the month of Black history, because we couldn't get recognized any other time, although most of the accomplishments in this country were substantiated and built on the back of our Black ancestors. That's a fact. But if we're saying that doesn't matter, then I suggest those people that don't believe that, throw every picture of your family and your parents and your grandparents that you have away. Because the only reason you have pictures of your family is to continue to reflect on history. Because once you take a picture, it's exactly that. So if that's what you're saying, disregard everything you've ever done in your life. Take every picture, delete everything off your phone, get rid of all of that shit. Because based on your logic, it doesn't matter. Of course you wouldn't do that. So when you talk about us forgetting our history, as painful as it was, to make sure that it's taught in the schools is the reason why it needs to be taught. So we don't have to have a debate on whether it was real or not. See, that's the funny part. We're only debating it because they don't want to talk about it. If they just teach it, it wouldn't be a debate anymore. But that would be too painful for their white fragility.
You get no argument from me. You get no argument from me. Mike, you know what I got to do? Appreciate you coming through.
Tap the screen, y'all. Let's go. Look at that.
Thank you. By the way, he's right. Get the likes up. 95. Yeah, you did. Good looking out there, Mike. Looking in the comments there, the weed tastes like vacation. Like when you get to the hotel on the beach and you get that scent of the beach mixed with the clean hotel. I've never smoked weed, so I can't acknowledge whether that's true or not. Infinity, as a Ukrainian, I now understand why some Palestinians support Hamas and want to destroy the West, because nobody sees us or them as even equal in negotiations. Once again, and he has exclamation points when he says this, once again, Russia invaded Ukraine. Wow, that's strong stuff. And I see you, and I see in the comments, Mike says he sees you too. And your comment does make sense. I mean, now I'll read it again for folks who may not understand the passion behind this, because I do believe that ignoring whole cultures, whole countries, could lead to issues in the future. Things that go boom, so to speak. To quote CNC Music Factory, things that make you go boom. As a Ukrainian, I now understand why some Palestinians support the H group. Apparently, I said that last time, and TikTok gave me a strike for just simply saying the H group over in Gaza. So we'll say the H group. I don't like censoring, but some reason TikTok by far is really bad with that. Melissa, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, looking in the comments, as a Ukrainian, I now understand why some Palestinians support the H group and want to destroy the West, because nobody sees us or them as equal in negotiations. And Trump did not refuse to say if he views the Ukrainians as equal. That's what he's talking about. And he says, once again, Russia invaded the Ukraine. Now, I've seen some folks in the comments suggest that Zelensky is corrupt. The problem with that is I haven't seen any solid evidence of that. I know the Trump administration, folks on the right have been saying Zelensky was buying his wife Bugattis and all. I have yet to ever see any solid evidence of any of that stuff. But the right does not want to look out for the Ukrainians because they think that they're somehow corrupt. I have yet to see any evidence of that. So until I see that, we have to leave it at that. Going back to the box, bring up Melissa. Good evening. Welcome to. Oh, wait a minute. I hit Andy. Andy, good evening.
Well, hello, Tim. Did you not mean to hit me? I can draw.
You know, you're good. You're good. We'll make it happen. So, you've heard a lot. So, what am I getting wrong
I've heard
here?
a lot of misinformation.
Give me some examples.
Okay. Bill Clinton did not create that department. That was Obama. It was the United States Digital Services. And he reworked that to make it Doge. And Clinton did fire a bunch of people, but it took years to do it. And he did it through, slow process of making sure that it was, through the unions and through Congress. And he didn't just go in and just chop out big slices.
He did it by attrition, as many of the callers are pointing out. He did it over a period of 7 years, not 7 weeks.
Right. I mean, like, he would never fire the guys that were with the nuclear program. Like, who does that?
And I don't think Trump and Elon would have. I don't think Trump and Elon would have fired the people from the nuclear program either if they did it over a period of years. It's because they're moving so fast they don't have a chance to check their footsteps.
Well, this has been his MO for a long time. This is why his businesses were in trouble. This is why he had to have a bailout from the government in 2008 for Tesla and SpaceX. He has a bad habit, like he did with X, of going in and firing everybody and hoping out of the chaos he can rebuild better. But he doesn't think about the ramifications of the chaos. And that's currently why no good software writer worth his salt will work for X.
You know what? From what I hear, because he sent out the email to the federal employees, I think it was called a fork in the road, where they had a chance to get fired.
The one he sent at X.
Yeah, he said this. Yeah, the people at X said he said the same thing to us when he fired us from Twitter. And I see in the comments, Cedric Haney is saying, "Oh my God, it's Andy and the brainwashed." What is it? Oh, he says it's Andy, the brainwashed liberal. So you got a detractor in the comments.
I don't care.
Yeah, but you're right. He said the same termination, what do you call it, subject line to the people at Twitter, fork in the road.
Well, plus, just like in his company, he's got lawsuits because he told them, hey, I'll give you a severance pay, whatever. Then he just broke those contracts, just like that's why nobody trusts him in the government now. They're watching the same thing that happened at X happen in the government. And they're like, oh, no.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
The agencies that he's going after, like the USAID, they contract with our farmers to feed those people. So those contracts hurt our farmers as soon as they were canceled. Not only that, it's our soft power. The things we use to actually make us look good since we go around doing so much other heinous shit. And they were investigating Elon.
Yep. Everybody that was
turning off
investigating
Starlink over Ukraine.
Yeah, everybody that were investigating Elon has a bullseye on their back. That's why I said it doesn't look like you're just saving the taxpayers' money. It looked like you're settling scores when you're doing it. I mean, the fact that so many people that you had beef with are getting fired, there's no way that's just happening through natural movement. You're targeting people.
Yeah, because there's absolutely no reason to get rid of the consumer protection agency for the banks. Like, that's just insane. They returned $1 billion back to the U.S. people.
I heard that they're now...
This DEI crap, Mr. White Privileged Male, oh, Lord, let me tell you.
He's a pilot. He's a pilot.
And other minorities are still breaking glass ceilings. It's because those jobs were never, ever available to us. Because pale, mediocre males think that they are the best at everything. Realistically, they can't even multitask well.
Pale, mediocre
they are not
males.
the obvious choice. It's like they're going after the chief of police chief of fire department in California. But if you go read her resume, shit, I dare you find a guy that looks that good.
How the hell do they know she's a lesbian? I hate that even came out, because they're saying that she got the gig because she's a lesbian out there as a fire chief or whatever. How the hell do they even know that?
I have no idea. I don't think they do. I'm not sure. But I do know I went and read her resume. It's quite extensive, quite impressive. And I'm not sure that, they understand how wildfires in California work either. I've never heard one of them say, hey, you shouldn't rebuild your house in the same place a hurricane took it out 4 times in a row. I've never heard them say that.
Yeah. I didn't see anything other than the fact people
They're
did not.
hypocrites.
Yeah. People didn't like her because she's a member of the LGBTQ, but I don't see where she didn't have the credentials, just like you're stating. So I didn't see. But in the comments, real quick, I guess this is meant to me, you, and many others. Chris, I think it says Dulcer, I can't pronounce it, but anyway, he says, to every Democrat, Donald J. Trump is your president now. Now that the tables have turned, you all cannot stop bleeding like a wounded donkey. Are you bleeding, Andy? Are you bleeding?
No, but the people in my state will be, because the cuts to the NIH ended $400 million worth of funding to UAB Hospital, which is one of the premier cancer hospitals in the country. So cancer research just stopped.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot, and that's in Alabama, your state, so a lot of them are MAGA, and they're going to get hurt by this.
Right, that's why I'm bringing this up to him. That $100 for the poor people, that don't go to me. But, over in Huntsville, where all these people are getting their power bill made, that's not going to affect me. But it's going to hurt them because it took it right out of their account.
But something I'm noticing, though? Something I'm noticing is that a lot of MAGA, even the ones that are negatively affected by some of Trump and Elon's movements, they're all still saying that they're happy he's making these moves and they would still vote for him. I've had one of my callers said he knows somebody that's possibly about to be fired, and the guy said I would still vote for him.
Yeah, sure he would. And if that same thing happened under a Democrat, he would lose his mind and call them every dirty name in the book. It's their bias is incredible. They can't even look at anything other than their news, because if they do, they're so fragile they break.
Damn.
I'm sure Fox and them did them a favor with that. The fact that they can't take any press back on it at all, they just lose their mind. That's insane to me.
Yeah, I was watching Fox today, and I ended up, and I love Fox, but I'm like, damn, how many times can you show Trump at the Daytona? Like, man, I mean, look, it was cool that he came there, but like every segment they showed Trump with the beast on the track. Like, man, like this is just cheerleading at this point.
What happened to us saving money? We're cutting programs that are, $20 million budget, but yet Trump spent $20 million in one clip at the Super Bowl. God knows what he spent at the race. I mean, where is their energy for that? Because I don't seem to see any. And not only that, diversity in the workplace actually helps the workplace. I wanted to hit on that real quick. Because when you have a bunch of pale males, their creativity is not, they're all going to think in the same box. It's just like when they added women to the military. Women gave the military the ability to go into these, little villages and stuff, and women broke the barrier to get them to give us intel. Yep. That was the first time that'd been done.
It's interesting you would say that.
Military.
It's interesting you say that because I feel the same way about the police. I get that women are biologically weaker, and many folks think that makes them not as good as police officers. But as you're pointing out in war zones, their de-escalation tactics are often better than men. So as opposed to them having to need the brute strength, sometimes they're able to calm down shit that, and prevent shit from happening to begin with.
And it even helps in the fact that sometimes our enemies are not willing to unalive a woman. That's been proven.
And that's the same code on
it. First, they're not as willing to pull off that first round.
And that's the same. That's kind of the same code on the street too. A lot of gangbangers and things like that won't pull the same drama with a woman as they will with a male officer.
Right. So see, I mean, there are ways that it helps. Plus, women, if you go look at our brains, when you ask men to do 2 tasks,
come on! Don't get sexist on me.
Scientifically proven.
No.
Proven. Women multitask better because our brains actually weave together to do the job.
You lost me. Proven. That's some sexist sounding shit.
Fact. I'm sorry that I can prove something scientifically y'all don't like. Not to mention, Elon's like, we're going to Mars. Why? What is the benefit of us going to Mars?
Don't say
There's
that.
a benefit in us
Don't say
the
that.
moon.
Don't say that. Look.
There's a benefit in us having a base up there to keep more asteroids from popping us, because we have one looking down the barrel at us in 2032.
I gotta disagree with you. If Elon can send us to Mars, I'm down with that. I don't know what the benefit of it is yet, but getting us that far out into space, I'm sure benefits will come out of that. You don't know what kind of minerals you'll find. Hold on.
You want to trust Elon, who has already broken a contract with us over Ukraine to be in control of our complete, off-planet deals. Because what if he gets mad at us?
If you believe in climate change, you might want to take into consideration maybe finding another planet ain't a bad idea. This one might not be around.
It ain't gonna be Mars. Wait. When you think about the planets in correlation to the sun, what is it?
It's pretty damn close. It gets a little warm there. I get it.
I don't think he thought. See, my problem with Elon is he's got lots of ambition, but not his follow through ain't great, and his execution is worse.
I can't. I'm not gonna hate on space exploration. I just not. I don't know if you get on Mars.
Go look at all his companies. I'm not talking about how the space exploration. I'm talking about go look at how all his companies are run. Look at the complaints from his employees. Like there's a whole Reddit just of his employees talking about, if you don't come to work on Saturday, you better not show up for work on Sunday, because Elon expects you to work 7 days a week while he does whatever he wants, because he doesn't consider us as important as him.
Well, when you see what he's done with the federal government, it shouldn't surprise you that he got a lot of employees at his own companies that are not happy. He clearly will fire you at the drop of a hat. He don't have a problem firing people. In fact, he's almost celebrating it. So I would never want to work for dude. If you're treating people like that, I wouldn't want nothing to do with them.
Well, I mean, he told them, too, with the H-1B1 visas, hey, everybody, there are 346 of you in here. Why is Tim only at 107K? I don't see any hearts moving. MAGA, you all hate my guts. Tap that screen and show Tim how much you hate me.
They hate my guts, too, but I love me some MAGA. They hate my guts. I love them, but they hate my ass, too. I got to move it on, Andy, but thank you for the consideration in regards to that. Thank you.
Like I said, I appreciate you listening to me. Michael's wonderful. I love to hear him talk. Y'all are amazing. Have a great day.
Wow. Appreciate that. Shout out to you. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. You guys know what we always say. We are MAGA friendly, always have been, always will be. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. As I told Andy, they don't. MAGA gives me the third degree as well, but nevertheless, I always enjoy a dissenting opinion. So listen, if you don't like my politics, feel free to criticize them throughout the comments. You may have some shit right, and I may be wrong. So I don't mind the criticism. My skin is thicker than an alligator without lotion. You know what I always say. So tap the screen as she stated, and get your boy up to about 120,000. I do appreciate you folks that are showing the program some love. I'll go ahead and continue on with the next caller. You can't beat Trump. Ha, ha, ha. No, we can't. Who that says? John. I can't see the rest. John something Kerry. But no, I think Trump is living up to his promise that if you elect him, you're going to get tired of winning. But here's my take on this before I go to the next caller. I think the bar to satisfy MAGA has already been reached, meaning that as long as you're sticking it to the libs, rolling back the progress of the transgender in particular, but LGBTQ, I think the rest of those letters are going to be dealing with some issues coming up soon too, but rolling back the progress of the LGBTQ community, getting rid of DEI, CRT, Black History Month and all that shit, I think, and sticking it to the libs, I think Trump has already, I think he's already crossed the threshold in regards to MAGA for what designates a successful presidency. That's all I think. I think that even if the price of eggs and groceries does not come down at all, if inflation does not move at all, I believe that he's already crossed the threshold for what is considered to be a successful presidency, at least with MAGA. I think and sticking it to the libs is actually a bigger trophy than lowering the price of groceries and the inflation and things like that. Because the moment he started sticking it to the libs, nobody gave a damn about the price of eggs. Price of eggs have went up. Price of groceries have went up. Inflation is still up. Who gives a shit? The libs are crying. We're celebrating. The problem with this is, and this is my analysis. We've been doing this for 4 years, but the issue is, I simply believe that they're more focused on winning than succeeding. Winning, now success is what happens in your life. Winning is party oriented. In other words, getting rid of the perceived boogeymen. Now, winning is things that make you feel good. Success are things that make you actually do better. Like I said, the economy and things like that. Winning is the boogeymen. Transgender, the immigrants, what else is it? CRT, DEI, affirmative action, all that shit, Black History Month, that kind of stuff. When I say boogeymen, I refer to it as boogeymen because that's what it is. It's things that are not going to change your life at all. Nobody's going to see more money coming in their house or do better financially because they got rid of Black History Month. I don't believe most Americans are going to do much better because they're getting rid of the immigrants. Certainly, it's not going to make a difference in terms of affirmative action or that. None of that stuff is really going to make a difference. Preventing transgender from playing on female sports teams. How many females in America can say that actually will make a difference with me? I think that you would need to set a Hubble telescope on the moon at its highest setting to even see 1%. It is that low. How many females are in school competing against transgender, biologically born boys? But yet this is a huge... So when I say the boogeyman, Trump is doing a very good job kicking the shit out of the boogeyman. Transgender, as I said, DEI, CRT, all of that bullshit, affirmative action, Black History Month, the rapists and murderers, MS-13, all of that shit, the people eating cats and dogs. He's doing a really good job getting rid of that stuff. He is winning like crazy. But does that lead to success for most Americans? Answer is vehemently no. I mean, it's no chance at all. It means it's not going to change your life at all, but it makes you feel good. And I do believe because people feel good, he has already crossed the threshold for what folks will view as a successful presidency. He's already been a great president. And it's all based on that stuff. You're still paying the same shit you were paying under Biden at the grocery store. You ain't getting gas no cheaper right now. But you ain't got to worry about some transgender person behind the clerk station in the gas station serving you and taking your money. So that sounds like a win to me. All right, that's how folks are looking at it. Look at it in the comments. Let me go back to the box, though. Wins versus successes. CE6EJ, that's a hell of a makeup of a name, says they just started, though. You don't know everything they have planned. No, I do not know everything they have planned. You're right. But I'm saying they've already crossed the bar because folks are already saying that Trump has done more than any president in history in his first 20 days or so. And it's everything that Trump has done great is all based on boogeymen. Nobody is walking around saying that Trump has been in office for only 20 days and now my bank account is blown. That's not what's happening. He's getting rid of boogeymen. He's sticking it to the libs. So I don't know what they have planned in the future, but I can hear based on the responses already that it's mainly based on winning and sticking it to the libs. Melissa, good evening. Welcome to the program, Melissa. I saw you on YouTube there. Good to have you on. What am I getting wrong?
Yes, hi. First of all, I enjoy your program.
Thank
I
you.
enjoy listening.
Appreciate it.
But I fear that we are all getting a little sidetracked, and I know that was their plan all along. And they, I mean, the men and people in powers that be. They have us fighting over transgenders. They have us fighting over all these things. Why they all collectively take over our country.
The boogeymen.
Democrats are no different. I've been both. I was actually a superdelegate for the Democratic Party before I left the Democratic Party. Wow. I was a Republican because I was raised Mormon. I voted for Reagan. It was my very first election. I know the gambit. I've worked in government, in the court.
So what makes you leave the Democratic Party and go, now you're a Republican or are you MAGA? It's a difference.
I'm neither. I am neither Republican or Democrat. I'm an American. I am not an independent either. They made you choose recently, so I did go Democrat. However, I think that we all need to stop affiliating with these teams they've put us on. It's a Super Bowl.
I like that. I like the anti-team stance. I don't disagree with that. In this last election, who did you go with in terms of the choices we had, Kamala versus Trump?
Kamala. She was the only sane choice. She's always been the only sane choice.
I would have bet everything you were going to say Trump. Wow. I would have thought you were going to say Trump. Okay, so you went with Kamala. You said she was the only sane choice. What's so insane about Trump?
There's so many things. I am old. I understand that. I understand that I'm a nana. But I'm also a mother, and I'm a neighbor, and I'm a professional, and I'm a human. And when I was going to NYU, by the way, for graduate school, Trump was there. I actually was a waitress on the Green. And I know Trump personally. Yeah, I've been accosted by Mr. Trump personally. I don't know a lot of people say that, but and I'm willing to say it on air, and he will remember it. He remembered all the women he used to pick on at the Green.
I need to. I mean, you can. I don't want to get. I don't want you to go anywhere you don't want to go with this conversation. But I'm real curious. What did he do?
Oh, you don't understand. It was the 80s. He was allowed to touch us, and our bosses would just say, "Oh, that's how it goes. You get better tips." Groping was nothing for Trump and all his gross pals. It was nothing. That's the era that we lived in, and that's what we fought to get out of.
So are you suggesting that this was not locker room talk?
No, he touched women all the time. He out in public. So did his buddies. We fought for women not to have to put up with that. That was Trump, his buddies, and we all found him to be a greasy car salesman type. That's what everybody who was respectable in New York treated him like, and that's the truth.
Now, I gotta say, on my YouTube site where you just originated, Timothy Setsi says she's crazy. Now, I'm going to ask you this, because we know someone with Trump's wealth, there's no denying that thousands of women will be lined up to be with this guy. Now, how do you, because you're saying that he's touching and groping people. Are you sure these were not groupies? They were glad to be touched.
You don't understand. This is back in the 80s. When I was at NYU at grad school, this is who he was. He is a joke. He always has been. What you guys are missing is it's not Trump. It's all the people behind him. He is their pigeon. He is their tool. Yes, he's outlandish. Yes, he wants all these things. He wants to sell our country to Russia. Everybody knows it. He is here to gain for himself.
I got something that was said today that I think really works in Trump's favor, because you're saying that Trump wants to sell our country to Russia. Zelensky himself said he thinks that Putin is scared of President Trump. That doesn't sound like Trump needs to sell us to Russia. It sounds like Russia needs to beware of Trump.
Have you watched Russian television lately?
I wouldn't understand
any of their TikToks or any of their YouTubes?
No.
Go invest yourself in watching what other nations are doing and have been doing for a long time. No, there's TikToks, live TikToks and YouTubes of these families watching him on TV mock Trump, call him horrible names, call United States weak and how stupid we are and how vulnerable we are because we believe people like him.
Well, I know that they put Melania Trump on Russian TV in some of her delicate positions. So I know that happened.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but he's still to this day. Please, everybody should invest themselves and go and watch some of these creators from Russia on YouTubes and other platforms and watch what they're saying about America and watch how they stream their live news for you.
But I will say this, Russia doesn't have the same freedoms as America. Russian TV is almost like state TV. So just because it's on their television doesn't necessarily mean it's true. They feed their people a lot of propaganda. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
I do. And I found a couple channels that somehow get away with that. They are family channels, but they still, and how they communicate because they have friends, a lot of friends in America, and they want to come here someday just to visit. They love Russia, but they, in a very polite and safe way, know that what Putin has there is not right. And the American dream is what they want for their country. And it comes through quite well. And so they're telling us this is what is actually happening.
But you do believe that Trump wants to sell us out to Russia?
Well, of course he does.
Why? Why would he want to do that?
Right now. He's in it for the game. He's told you guys that all along. But he's going to die, so it doesn't matter. He's old, oh, come on. We all die. I'm going to die.
Yeah, but this, I get that we all die. I get that he's old, but when you look at the stamina and endurance of Trump, he's probably more active than Betty White was at this point in her age. He don't look like he's going to die anytime soon.
I disagree. Really? And I don't think he's as healthy as he puts on, and I just disagree. However, what we're not looking at is he is in his 80s, and we do need to worry about the future, and everybody's caught up in what Trump's doing. You need to worry about the people who are behind him and sponsoring all this and are hoping to come up in his wings, who he's putting in place to do so. We as Americans need to get rid of left and right, and we need to come together and say, okay, there are some things that we disagree with, but right now we are the people, we employ them. These are the things we need and we want. Not one person, left or right, has not been affected by this crazy thing that's happening in Washington right now. Federal employees are related to every one of us. Every one of us go to federal parks. Every one of us has federal funding somewhere. Our roads, our schools, our freaking social networks even.
What's your biggest, if you had to, what is your biggest concern over a Trump president? Like, what is the worst thing you think could come out of this?
Our freedom.
In what way?
I think as Americans, we have been entitled, and I know everybody's going to disagree, but we have been entitled. We have sat back and watched other countries lose their freedoms.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all.
This exact same way, and we've been coddled into thinking because we are the red, white, and blue, and because we bear arms that we can do this. No one can overtake us. Well,
so you mean that AR on my closet shelf will not stop tyranny? I was told as long as I owned a gun, tyranny couldn't take place. Is you telling me otherwise?
Well, we wish. Unless we collectively get together. Right now, we're all in little tiny sporadic groups here and there. Who has gotten together and shown them that, yeah, we're not going to allow this tyranny. Tyranny's been happening under every single administration for decades.
Yeah.
Why are we just saying now, oh, it's only Trump? It's not just Trump. It's all of them. Why didn't Biden fight back more? Why didn't we hear from the Democratic Party more? Why didn't we? Because they don't want to lose their own companies and their own pocketbooks.
So if the Democrats are just as bad, then maybe we're better off with Trump.
No, I think, and I don't want to say no, but no, yes. We don't need to go to a dictator rather than going to the social program. I'm sorry, but Democrats literally let everybody jump on their ticket so they can get more votes. And we are voting about stuff that is just none of our business to be voting about.
Let me ask you this then. If Kamala Harris was president, do you think she would have secured the border the way Trump has? Do you think she would be getting rid of government waste?
Well, because it's been such sources of contention, I think there would be action towards it. But no, I don't think we would have been seeing a completion of anything. I think that we would have been seeing a start, but we see starts to every single action that we've wanted done for every single decade I've been on this earth. Every single term they've said, this is what we're going to do. The American people want this. And they're like, okay, they go in there and they start it and they do nothing else.
Would she have been able to unify us a little bit more?
Yes. Yes, because she's not speaking in hate rhetoric every single day, and neither are her people that work for her.
All right, I gotta move it on, but before I let you go, people are gonna want you to explain or elaborate. How is Trump speaking in hate rhetoric? You need to elaborate on that.
Well, he's conditioned everybody. That's why they're so. Well, what's wrong? What's wrong with this? How about brown jobs?
Black jobs?
No. He said to the American people, "I'm going to get back your brown jobs."
Oh, so now he's talking about. I never heard. He's talking about brown jobs too.
Oh yes, please look it up. You'll see the video.
Wow.
And I know some of this is past, some of it's present. But right now, all the people who were benefited from social dollars that taken away, him and Elon have determined that they were a waste of the population anyway. They were pathetic users.
Jeez.
I know a lot of Republicans that use federal funds. A lot.
What are they? 3/5 of an employee? I gotta move it on, Melissa. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you.
Good
Bye-bye.
talk. Always. Thank you. All right, looking in the comments. Wow, that's crazy. Man, I want to play a quick clip before we move on. Because this is what I was talking about. And I was able to find this. I haven't heard it. So as I always state, you're going to be hearing this for the first time with me, but I think I know what's on it. Now, this is Zelensky, president of Ukraine or leader of Ukraine. Now, most of us know he speaks with an accent. Obviously, English is not his mother tongue, but we'll see if we can make out what he's saying.
Did you tell, as was reported, President Trump, that Putin is only doing this and agreeing to talks because he's afraid of Trump? Did you tell him that?
Yes. I told Trump that Putin afraid of him. Yes, and he heard me. And now Putin knows.
Like, you bitch, you didn't have to say that on stage. That's what he's basically looking at her like, damn, you didn't have to say that shit out in public. He did not want that to be out in public. You can see he was hesitant. That's why he said yes. And then he paused and realized they want to hear me say some more shit. Like, but think about this though. This is a accolade for Trump. Now, my last caller was saying that Trump wants to sell America out to Putin. Here you got somebody in the region that is saying, no, Putin is scared of Trump. Listen, I don't know who's right and who's wrong. It's way above my knowledge and pay grade. But I will say, this looks good for Trump. That Putin is, because it makes it sound like Putin is not making a puppet out of Trump or pulling Trump's strings as you would do with a puppet, which is what I'm doing here. But it sounds like it's the other way around. Whereas Putin, many would suggest that, they thought that we had a weak leader in Joe Biden, and now they're fearful of Trump. That's coming from Zelensky. So this sounds like it's beneficial to Trump, in my humble opinion. Anyway, looking in the comments, Conscious Machine says, Trump runs the fucking world. I love it. Well, I don't know. Is he running the world, though? Is he running the world in a manner that is favorable to the world? Look, you can run some shit and run it from a standpoint of oppression and, exploitation. So if he runs the world, as long as he's doing it and he's concerned about humanity, it could be good. But I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. So, but you're saying Trump runs the fucking world. I don't know if he runs the fucking world just yet, but he is making the fucking world take note. I mean, you got Panama on edge, Greenland's on edge, Canada don't know what the hell to do. He's in control of Gaza, even above and beyond. Even Netanyahu is like, what the fuck? This was my war. I was going to eat that. How do you just show up to the restaurant and take some shit off my plate? Gaza is yours all of a sudden? So I'm not going to say he runs the fucking world, but I will say he is trying to. Looking at all of the shit that's coming out. Now, it's not on this clip here. And I'll ask you guys to tap the screen. You guys have been doing wonderful on tapping the screen. And for you folks on YouTube, if you like this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, I'm going to ask that you subscribe and follow the program as well. For my TikTok and Instagram users, feel free to follow and subscribe. But I will say that it does look like he's trying to run away. And one of the things that Zelensky said, not on this clip, but there is another clip out there that he advised the European Union that Vladimir Putin of Russia is amassing troops on the border, and it looks like he's about to invade other Eastern European nations. Now, Zelensky could just be saying that to get more allies, since the U.S. is not going to do shit for him anymore under Trump. But if what he is saying is accurate, it could be a possibility that Putin is trying to make Russia great again. What would that MRGA? That ain't a word. But it does sound like, because I think everybody already the consensus is already there that Putin wants to rebuild form the Soviet Union again. Now, is he going to try to invade? Most of those nations have become members of NATO now, like Poland. But Poland already was, but I think, Romania? What else is over there? Belarus is already an ally of Russia's. I'm trying to think of the countries out of my head that or on the western side of Russia. And it would start with an expansion into some of those countries. So we'll see it. But I guess the question to you folks is if Putin did try to reestablish the Soviet Union, let's say he tried, but he didn't start with NATO member nations. There are other nations in the region that are not members of NATO. You think Trump would intervene? Or do you think Trump would idly stand by and let Putin do what he must? Interesting question. All right, moving on with the comments, though. You don't know what you're talking about, says Ronnie. Ronnie, you got much more room to type more shit in than that. If you don't think I know what I'm talking about, ad-lib a little bit. You might be right. We'll see what you're talking about. I don't talk down to guests. Feel free to state your case. Tell ICE he is smuggling Canadian fentanyl into Mexico. Who is smuggling Canadian fentanyl into Mexico? All right, we'll go back to the box. We are about to be booted out of NATO. That ain't going to happen. I don't think we're going to get booted out of NATO. I think at the only way I can see us getting booted out of NATO is if democracy falls. I think that even though, and I feel confident many members of NATO are not happy, they're not favorable to Trump. I don't think that's up for debate. First he demanded they raise their defense spending to 2%. Now he's at 5% with them. So I don't think many members of NATO are happy with Trump, but I don't think they would leave because of President Trump yet. According to our law that they are aware of, the way our country is set up right now, to quote Kevin Hart, the way my bank account is set up, Trump has to leave by 2028. So the belief would be we can weather the storm. Big dog, yeah. I saw the hat you put on Zelensky. He likes that. I will say that as opposed to leaving NATO, and thank you for the sub, Melissa. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. You would try to endure the remaining 3 years or so of Trump. I don't like him in office. It might be the response, but listen, the United States, flips over every 4 years, and this guy can only be president until 2028. So let's just, hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and try to ride out the storm. So I don't think they would get out of NATO within the next 3 years or so. Now, if for some reason America suddenly decides that Trump is so great he deserves a second term, then you might see it. If all of a sudden America decides, even though we're a train, we're going to go off the rails and try driving a train on the highway, that might be when you'll see some of our allies start making different decisions. But right now they're looking at it like, no matter what he does, we only got 4 years and this guy is out of here. So we'll see what happens with that. I love Trump. Old, sweaty, saggy, shit-covered ass, says Easy 8. Damn. It says, I love Trump's old, sweaty, saggy, shit-covered ass. Oh, my Lord. All right, moving on with the program. Uncle Silk, I think that says, will make that happen on Instagram. By the way, we're on Instagram and TikTok. That's where my callers are coming in, and I appreciate you folks that are tuned in on YouTube. You could be anywhere you want. Always a pleasure having you here with yours truly for the evening. A lot can happen, saying Elon 2028. Yeah, if we all of a sudden put Elon behind the helm, then America is a whole different country. Because officially, Elon Musk cannot be president. He's not a natural-born American citizen. I will tell you this. If Trump suggested that Elon would be the next best commander-in-chief, and it was put up before a vote, I think there has to be 2/3. I mean, it has to be a lot of Democrats involved in that. But as far as the Republican Party, they would be behind that. I just don't see, right or wrong, maybe you favor Trump, maybe you disagree with Trump, but I think we all can agree. There's not much Republican resistance for Trump. Not much Republican. I don't care what he does. PF, appreciate the hat mustache, PF Ranch. Yeah, let me go back to the box. I don't know what happened with my last caller on Instagram. We'll try to make it happen again. We'll bring up another guest and make it happen. Takesha, good evening. They tried to say Obama wasn't either and Kamala wasn't. Well, Big Dog, as I stated on the program, if you're a person of color, they're going to otherize the hell out of you. 4 people of color have tried to run in our lifetime. That being Obama, Kamala Harris, Nikki Haley, and Vivek Ramaswamy. And each one of them, their race and their country of ancestry came into play. And the right is big fans of Vivek. They were big fans of Nikki Haley as well, but she suddenly turned into Nimrata. Obviously, Kamala Harris became Jamaican and Indian, and Barack Obama somehow was originating from Kenya. So if you're a person of color, that's going to be, it's going to be a problem if you run for president. Left or right, doesn't matter what side you're on. Because Nikki Haley was a well-respected Republican until she tried to run for president, and then she became Nimrata, the bird brain. My last guest did not come up. We'll try another guest. Moving on with the program. Travelman, good evening or welcome to the show. See Black Way, what does that say? See Black Way to Mediterranean, may you learn. Now, I don't know what you're saying there, Fernando. Travelman, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
You know what I always say, hanging around like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting. So, what is going on? I mean, does he control the purse strings? Is he our next guy?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, you said you was on that live the other day when they kicked me off. I was on
there. What were we discussing? I can't remember. I like to go in MAGA live.
They were talking about go out and look on Doe's website. I said, well, they can spend it any way they want, and did that, and then they kicked me off.
Yeah.
But yeah. Only
they didn't kick you off. They took TikTok took down that whole live. You didn't get kicked off.
Did?
Yeah, we all got kicked off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Elon. Only reason Elon is there, and we talked about this before, is because he spent almost $300 million. That's why he's
no disagreement from me at all. He clearly, if Elon Musk did not make that huge campaign contribution to Trump, let's say he only donated $1 million, he wouldn't be where he's at. I 100% agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
Exactly. And, they're going through this thing here. And
with the FAA. They're firing the support people. Okay.
Do you think he may be some way, somehow, maybe through backdoor, but all the terminations, possibly responsible for all of the aircraft mishaps?
No.
Okay.
No. Support staff.
Right.
Okay. And so my belief on that is my last job, I worked and I traveled all over the world, and I did major projects in the U.S. And it was about 30 or 45 of us network engineers. And the reason that we were able to do what we did is because of the support staff that we had. So right now, it seems as though they're getting rid of a lot of support people, you know? And that's going to come back and it's going to bite us.
Is that waste, as they would suggest?
No. If you call pretty much any government agency, and they would tell you that they're understaffed. Right.
Okay.
I sent a document. I'm retired military. I sent a document to DFAS. They told me to check back in 30 days and make sure they received it. Then when I checked back in 30 days, they told me, okay, we're going to process it. It should be ready in 4 or 5 months.
Damn.
And I was like, 4 or 5 months. He said, yes, we are extremely understaffed. And it took that long. And that's the military.
So they're already understaffed before he started making these cuts.
Yes. Yes.
Where do you think, if you had to speculate, where do you think that he, back in the day, they used to say when you cut your fingernails, or you cut it down to the quick, where you cut your fingernails so low it started bleeding. Where in the government do you see where they may be making cuts so low they're cutting it down to the quick? In other words, you're cutting skin. That ain't fingernail no more. You're cutting where you don't have room to cut. Can you see any department out there where they may be doing that?
Well, I don't know all of government, but I will say this. We have, and we spoke about this before. Back when Reagan was president, there was about 2.5 or 6 million government workers when Reagan was president.
Okay.
And that was and the population of the U.S. was about 250 million, right? And then Reagan said the most terrible, most frightening words is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Yeah. Yep.
And ever since then, they have been demonizing government workers, right? So you fast forward to today, and there are about 3 million or less government workers. So it's only increased a couple of 100,000.
Even though the population has grown probably about 40-50%.
The population of the country is 340-some million people.
Right.
So you got 3 million people providing services to 340 million people, right? They have trashed the IRS. So, if you call them, you might be on the phone forever.
That might be a good thing since April 15th is around the corner. I ain't got to worry about them chasing my ass. You ain't got enough people to do it, so
that is true.
Yeah, that might be a good cut. Why don't you go cut some more of them IRS guys?
But it's not just IRS. It's also Social Security. It's also DHS. Yeah. I just saw he laid off 400 people at DHS. They're letting these people off, and basically they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Remember the old phrase? You ain't heard it in a while because there's so much competition now for the phrase. But remember the old phrase "going postal"? They don't use it anymore now because it would be called going elementary school, going high school, going grocery shopping. Yeah. But can you see that possibly happening here?
Well, they jacked up the postal service. The reason the postal service is in the financial condition that it is because and they don't even do this in the private sector. They had to put in X amount of years into their retirement fund. By law, that's what Congress did to the Postal Service. And that's why they're always jacked up financially.
Wow.
They did that years ago, and it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, I cannot imagine what the morale must be amongst some of these folks. I mean, like I said, if you got a vacation plan where I don't know if I can go because I might get fired. I mean, if your kid's going to college, I don't know if I can really let you enroll because we may not have a job. Like, how does that work where you're working every day, but you gotta always feel as though your income may suddenly end?
Okay, so it's going to hit the fan when they go after these other government workers that are vested, that they just can't go in and fire because they have the protections.
But they're coming. But you think they're coming.
But but where are the auditors on those? Where are they at? If you're doing an audit, where are the auditors? Okay.
Probably scared for their damn jobs too.
Okay. Where are the people with the expertise? How is a 25-year-old gonna go in and sit down at the Treasury Department and look at their systems and know what they're looking at? They don't.
No.
Okay. And what they'll do is they will say, "Hey, we found." I'm not even going to talk about the condoms. That's been debunked. See, but they say they say, yeah, we found where they gave $1 million to circumcisions in Mozambique or something, right?
I did see that. I just saw that
that's
today.
That's all they put on there. But then in the whole context, it's like it's part of the overall medical package that goes down there. And it's all related to HIV prevention and all kind of stuff like that. It's not just specifically for that.
Right.
But that's all they put up there because that what gets people riled up. And a lot of the stuff, if you go out and look, it's not either it's not in the right context or it's false.
Yeah. And see, that's why I said early in the program, Trump is winning because the bar is lowered to the point where all you got to do is win. You don't have to succeed. Because if you stop sending money for condoms or, as you're talking about, circumcisions in Mozambique and things like that, how does that affect our lives? I mean, now, if they save millions of dollars and they tell you at the end of the year you're going to get a stimulus check or something, then you can see something tangible. But they're doing all of this stuff, and you're still paying the same for eggs and groceries. It ain't changing your life. Only thing you're doing is you're enjoying the notion that, well, they're not helping out somebody else. But at the end of the day, they ain't helping your ass out either. So I don't see the benefit to it.
But check this out, okay? So USA, they did $40 billion, right?
Yeah.
And how much have they claimed to have recovered? About 100 million, 200 million?
It changes from day to day.
Okay. They have basically destroyed what took 60 years to build. They have destroyed it in a week.
Do you think it's permanent damage?
Yeah, it's permanent. Some of it we might get back, some of it we won't. It's just like China. When he put the tariffs on China last time he was in office, China went down to Brazil, Costa Rica. They went to other places to get the stuff that they needed. That's some of it back.
Right.
But we gave the farmers $36 billion last time he was in office. And what did they do? They turned around and voted for him again.
We said we gave who $36 billion?
The farmers.
Oh, yeah.
We gave them $36 billion.
Yeah, the farmers overwhelmingly are MAGA. They
and they turned around and voted for him again. And then what did he do? He screwed them again. He bent them over with no lubrication. Now they losing $300-400 million worth of stuff sitting out there spoiling everything because a lot of this stuff goes to USA.
But I think I can say one thing. I think I can say one thing with confidence, even right now as we speak. As you said, they were bent over with no lubrication. If there was an election today between Kamala Harris and Trump, those same farmers would vote for Trump again.
They'll vote for him again. Yep. And you know what? He'll bend them over again.
Well, maybe ANO ain't that bad. Maybe I guess if you're a farmer, ANO ain't that bad.
We are in the USA reality TV show. That's what we're in right now. And you get a different script every day. Okay? Wow. The reality show is, I'm going to go to the Super Bowl. Okay? I'm going to go down to so-and-so. To Daytona. I'm going to go to Capital One. Who the hell signed executive orders at a convention center?
But that's why they, but hold on. That's why they like Trump, though, is he's always working. He's always willing to talk to the camera. I mean, he does do some cool shit compared to Biden.
And it's to distract everybody while they're doing damage to the damn country.
Well,
I mean, some people, what has he, okay, what's changed? He signed 100 executive orders. And what's changed?
Well,
besides the fact that they did a big TV production, going out to catch illegals, and the DHS secretary put her vest on, and Cyclops riding around here threatening people.
Who's Cyclops?
Homan, and now they complain about they can't find enough illegals.
Well, in regards to like I said, in regards to Trump, he's sticking it to the liberals. He's gotten rid of a hell of a lot of immigrants that Biden was not doing. He's made it so immigrants would have a significantly harder time getting back in this country. The gains of the transgender community have been almost rolled back to nothing. Women no longer have the right to choose. Black History Month, CRT, and all that shit he's winning. That's what they like. Even though none of that stuff makes a damn bit of difference in their lives, it is sticking it to the left in the progressives, and that's what they've always wanted. So you can't hate on them for they're happy they're getting what they wanted.
I agree. The problem is that we're the ones that's catching the hell for it.
That was the intention.
I agree 100%.
That was the intention.
Like the guy you had on earlier, talking about the pilots and stuff. Every time now they have maligned DEI so much that now somebody step on the plane and see a black pilot, oh, he DEI.
Yeah, I don't like that. I do not like that. We've gotten to the point where anytime a woman or an African American or a person of color at all does something wrong in their job, well, you only got the job because you're that. If you got a white guy that does something that screws up on his job, you don't automatically assume he didn't have the merit to get the job to begin with. But they are starting to now do that with people of color. And I don't want to say it's racist, but it don't look right.
Well, see now what it is that, people, they tend to forget when affirmative action was white. Okay? They forget that. They forget that the GI Bill actually built the white middle class.
Yeah.
And denied the soldiers from World War II what they were supposed to be getting. See, they tend to forget all of that.
No, they want to forget all that. That ain't something they want to remember. That's the exactly. Bias.
And they only want the sanitized version of Black history taught in schools. They only want Martin Luther King, show a little bit about Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman. That's what they want. Okay? They don't want to talk about, the 1,700 lynchings that took place. Mm-hmm. Okay? And it was a public spectacle where they had picnic baskets and stuff, and the whole family came out, and we're not talking in the 1800s. We're talking 1940, 1945, 1947. Okay, that when you was born, I was born in 1958. Black folks couldn't. We had to get another amendment to vote, even though we already had a constitutional amendment to vote. They had to pass a voting rights bill for us to vote.
No,
this wasn't that long ago.
Well, the belief is if you go in school and you start teaching that stuff, you might make some white kids uncomfortable. So,
well, you know what? Black kids been uncomfortable their whole life. When I went to the Marine Corps, the area I stayed in, I think I told you this before, they had a KKK meeting in the barracks. When I was in the Marine Corps.
Do you think any of that is still in the military?
The military is a reflection of society. So yeah, only now they call themselves part of the militia, or as I call them, the buffet brigade, because most of them fat out of shape and ain't gonna do a damn thing. Let me
ask you this now. With the way Trump is doing some of this stuff, do you think this could lead to any reduction in people of color wanting to enlist to begin with?
No.
And the reason I'm asking that is because his claim to fame the first time was there was no new wars under President Trump. He is threatening so many countries at the same time. Do you think that he will escape this second administration with no new military conflicts?
Something might happen. We're due for something to happen, but that's not going to affect whether or not young black women or guys enlisted in the military. Black folks have always enlisted in the military. Go all the way back to World War I, World War II, when they ain't even want us with the
yeah, but back in them days, the military gave us hope, gave us a job. You don't necessarily need that now.
Yeah, but they treat us like dirt.
Right.
You know, and you're right. We don't necessarily need it, but when you go down into the inner city, a lot of kids join the military to get out of the inner city.
True. Yeah.
Okay.
True.
Because of the educational system. Okay. They're lagging on that or whatever. They might think that they're not ready to go to college, and so they go to the military.
But yeah, if you start getting rid of DEI and some of this shit that guarantees you a decent job when you get out. I mean, just like, you know, think about when my grandfather fought in World War II. I mean, it didn't guarantee you much of a career when you got out.
It didn't. It didn't. Matter of fact, it was worse.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's what they had. That's what the civil rights movement came about. You know, but all this racial stuff. You know, part of it is just the fact that number one, this is not the '60s. And so black folks not gonna stand for that BS that they gave then. And the second part is you get all this whining. You know, Trump is number one big grievance. Okay, basically a wasted hunk of protoplasm because all he does is, you know, he
said a waste of what?
A wasted hunk of protoplasm. Okay, I mean, he signed a lot of executive orders. Outside of the illegal immigrants, okay, and the total disruption of government, what else?
Well, like I said, he stopped the advances of the transgender community. You mentioned the illegal immigrants. That's actually a pretty big one, by the way, securing the border. That's actually big. That means that can end up.
But the transgender thing is a deflection.
Yeah, the transgender thing is of no value in my opinion. I mean, that's just something.
That's the latest. That's the latest in the culture war.
Yeah,
okay,
that's a boogie.
They went from CRT to book banning to DEI to transgender.
Well, I'll tell you something. That CRT, DEI, and affirmative action shit, that actually is big because if you get rid of the provisions to prevent people from discriminating, that will turn into some huge benefits, particularly for white males. To me, getting rid of DEI and all that, I definitely feel confident white males will benefit from that.
Oh yeah, and all you got to do is take a look at the Voting Rights Act. Yeah. Remember back when the Roberts Court, when they gutted the Section 5, I think it is, of the Voting Rights Act, right? And where the states had to they had to turn in their plan to the feds. And you go look at once they gutted the civil right, the Voting Rights Act,
they went right back to what they was doing.
They went Alabama, Tennessee,
yeah, and that's what would happen, and that's what's gonna happen. I don't. That's one reason why I always say I got to move it on from me, but I will say that's one reason why I always say I never understand why people of color are promoting states' rights. The history of states' rights in America towards people of color is atrocious. The only way states' rights should ever make sense if you're a person of color is if you completely ignore all of history. If you just look at history, states' rights was horrible. So I don't know why there's so many people of color like, let's go back to states' rights. What the fuck is that? I need the last word.
But one last thing though, because everybody, you know, we're always talking about this racial stuff and all this, that, and the other, right? And everybody got the same opportunity, right? Whatever. So this happened a couple of years ago. Put my house on the market, 6,000 square feet that I built. Totally wired because I worked in IT, so the house was wired for everything: voice, data, security, the whole 9 yards. 2 acres of land, 2,000 square foot patio, basement with the gym in it, the bar, the media room, the whole 9 yards. Got ready to put the house on the market, and we were told take everything down that will say a black family live here.
I've seen studies about that. That if you go for an appraisal, being a person of color doesn't help you out at all.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm talking about 6,000 square feet, very expensive house, and that's what they told us. Even my first house that we sold, they told us the same thing: take all the pictures down, so you don't want any. You don't want. They can't think it was a black family living here.
Wow.
You know.
Well, like I said, I brought up before that it happened to me when it came to, I used to own a number of properties in Chicago, and I thought I was doing great. Racism ended a long time ago. I'm living the American dream. And then I get a letter from a law firm like, you're part of a class action suit if you want to opt in, because, they said that Fifth Third Bank, you were part of their, you have a mortgage with Fifth Third Bank, and we've been able to show that they've been deliberately charging a higher interest rate to people of color. And you're one of them. And I had no clue. I mean, this is how it can go on and you not know. So I'm paying more interest for my loan simply because I'm black than somebody white. I didn't know. I was doing pretty good financially. So I had no reason to suspect this. And because we don't get access to the data, you never know that you're being mistreated. So
they just did it. They just busted David Federal for the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah, David Federal. They're one of the largest credit unions. One quick thing before, and then we're gone. So my wife, just like we used to do real estate, right? So we were buying some properties in St. Louis. So all they did, I traveled a lot, so they talked with my wife a lot. You couldn't tell on the phone what her nationality is. So all they're looking at is the paperwork, right? And they don't know if we black, white, or whatever, because we didn't check the box on that. I don't even know if it was on there, right? So we go to St. Louis, we walk in the door and say, yeah, this is hi, I'm Fred so-and-so, this is my wife, cat so-and-so. And you should have seen the look on those people's faces.
They never expected.
When they realized we were black.
Did you walk in there like the Joker? Where did they get a load of me?
Exactly. And you should have seen the look. And we ended up having to leave that mortgage company because then they started throwing all kind of obstacles up.
Wow.
And this was, once again, we talking 2008, 2009.
Yeah, mine was about 2004 or something like that when I found out so it ain't 200 years ago.
Somebody just put in there, sound like you wasn't oppressed. Every black person not oppressed, okay? We are doing some things. We just have more obstacles than most people do. That's all. But we still overcome them.
Troubleman, good conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Take care, man.
You too. Moving on with the program. You can be. I don't view myself as being oppressed. I mean, I got 3 college degrees. I've lived a good life. I've been to every state in the union except Hawaii and Alaska. I've lived overseas. I've done well, but that don't mean I wasn't mistreated. I mean, like I said, I was able to show proof of it. Like, so, they talk about, well, you've had a black president or you got Oprah Winfrey. That doesn't mean it ended because 1 or 2 people got by. So it is what it is. But, like I said, it's always going to be folks. Ferdy Great says it best, in spite of. Continuing on, sounds like you weren't oppressed and you did well. Fancy's a friend of the program. Fancy's MAGA. Going back to the box, Ryan Russell. Good evening. Welcome to the show, Ryan. Would I care if someone is disabled? No one cares. But if your job is to use a jackhammer, then you better have arms. My comment section be on fire. Ryan, hopefully the box lets you come up. We'll give Ryan a chance to come. Oh my God. Using a jackhammer without arms. Oh my God. You know something? In regards to women getting positions that they shouldn't deserve or shouldn't get, or they're not having a merit, I want to see as many women operating the jackhammer as I can. Hopefully they're a little bit well endowed to think of it. But yeah, women and jackhammers, I mean, shit. I don't care if you're actually getting the work done in that case. Let me continue with the program. I guess the box may need to reset. You stupid motherfucker. You fell for it, says Lewis. Lewis in the comments said all kinds of racist shit. Lewis, but you're using asterisks, so I'm going to leave you alone. I've seen your comments, Lewis Perez. In the comments just saying all kinds of awful shit, but I'll give him credit. He's using asterisks instead of spelling out the word, so we'll leave it as is. I list my race on every email. Why would you do that? Why would you list your race on an email? Tim, a sexist, would say, Gina Yates, what do you mean by that? You guys in the comments are crazy. Anyhow, maybe it's about time I wrap things up for the night. Give my ass something to eat. I appreciate 124,000 likes on the program. By the way, if you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, feel free to follow the program on Instagram. And we're also on YouTube, horizontal and vertical, by the way. So subscription, if you will. Follow on Instagram or TikTok. Nevertheless, what to say? I agree. Josephine loves pizza too much. Okay. All right. How about a call it as not racist? Says Blake Love. Nobody's racist in America. That ended on this years ago. What are you talking about? There are no more racist people in America. That ended hundreds of years ago. So what are you talking about? The blacks and Mexicans love to victimize themselves, says Jacksonville Kid. I don't know where to go with that. I mean, if George Floyd had survived, they would be saying he was playing victim mentality, trying to make up a police killing when he died of COVID or a heart attack. It ain't easy to point out oppression or point out, racism and things like that, because in this country, people do not admit hate. I mean, oddly enough, you see all of these folks walking down the street of Nashville, walking down the streets of Columbus, and they're waving all these hate flags and things like that straight out of 1930s, 1940s Germany, but they all got masks on. Same folks that would have went ape shit when Dr. Fauci said wear masks, they suddenly have no problem wearing masks when they're preaching hate. You notice that? So the issue when it comes to racism and hate is people don't admit it. People deny it. I mean, most of the well-known hate groups throughout American history, they did not admit that they were hateful. They wore masks and covered themselves up. So if you wait for somebody to come out and admit they're racist, good luck for that. They're not going to, think about how long this country operated from a standpoint of oppression and racism. And try to go back in history and imagine how many politicians were admitting it. Virtually none of them were. How many presidents admitted that they were racist or believed that one group was supreme over the other one? Most of them did not admit it. People don't admit it. They'll tell you a lie about it. Anyhow, I appreciate the 125,000 likes as always. It is your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, follow the program, TikTok, Instagram, subscription on YouTube. Catch you tomorrow. What does that say? They're seeing it before how humility. Mexican people never get called. I don't know what you're saying there, Gloria. Mexican people never get called by birth name, just the Mexicans. Don't know what that means. Anyhow, let me get my ass up out here. I gotta go get something to eat. Appreciate you guys tuning in. I will see you guys mañana, since you mentioned Mexicans.